Hello, everyone, and welcome to the La Liga Season 4 Winners Quarterfinals. I am Sulpan, joined on the cast by my superstar mid laner, my hot daddy. How are you doing today, man?
Let's go. I am so ready to watch this game. I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely going to be an exciting matchup. This is, of course, stylistically, I think arguably, the most two different teams in terms of the way they play out. Of course, ZWD with their all-star ADC in Roblin down there in the bottom lane was alongside Hollow's Eve, up against the devs who have what I think maybe people kind of considered at the beginning of the season to be one of these weaker bot lanes, but have definitely shown up with throughout the year, honestly, on the crazy engage hooks with Thresh, on Venom's Thresh, sorry. But we are getting on the draft here, so we're going to transition on over to that, see what these players are picking up. But this is, again, the winners quarterfinals, first playoff games in La Liga, and we're getting started right here, right now.
Ooh, let's go.
First bands coming out, of course, will be the Silas, one of the Adi OD's in lane's best champs. And certainly in this game, when you're playing against Nilak, who tends to pick these supportive champions in mid lane with extremely powerful ultimates, certainly a good band to get rid of.
Yeah, for sure. Viego as well, a known ZWD pick. And once you ban that, it gets a little more difficult for their jungler to kind of play as well as he can play on Viego.
Yeah, a lot of these are just kind of the signature picks. I mean, that is how these tournaments tend to go. You want to make sure that these players are playing things that they're just not comfortable on. So Giuseppe Hacks Echo, certainly off the table. Those buffs have been very, very powerful. I was actually chatting with him a little bit about it. He says that the biggest thing for Echo has been the ultimate buffs. The fact that that got buffed is really, really good for one tricks, because in particular, they're the ones that know how to use the ult the best. And of course, DWD will lock in that blue first pick Misfortune. I know, crazy idea, isn't it?
No way. Yep, and then the Akali ban too. So they're really focusing on this mid laner, trying to shut him down in draft.
Yeah, and we're gonna get Venom immediately here on a comfort pick. Venom is the lowest ranked player on the devs, but has shown up extremely hard on this Thresh, landing hook after hook in series against players that are arguably much higher ranked than him. So happy to see him locked in on a signature pick here, and against an immobile ADC in the Misfortune, could be really interesting to see what he can get done.
And a great Jinx combo, always a solid bot lane.
Jinx, classic scaling pick here. Also, actually, one Red Ranger's signature pick here. So a whole lot of comfort drafted up here in the bottom lane. They are up against what I think is just an absolutely disgusting pick in that Misfortune. But the fact that both these players are on something comfortable might mean that they can, at least hold their own in this lane against Rob. And they don't. This is the team that doesn't need to pop off in the bottom lane, right? They can play that weak side. They can just try and scale up and then be that cleanup ADC that the team needs.
Right, and speaking of comfortable, we have the very orny top laner, who's just super strong all around, gives, towards end game, 5 grand to his team. It's just super strong, and something any team all throughout the league has been able to utilize.
And, this might be considered kind of like picking something away. Oh, the fiddlesticks and get locked in. But the Ornn here is like, some people kind of consider it picking something away from David. But honestly, this guy plays every single top lane tank. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him also bring out his own tank in this game.
So another thing I'm really thinking, like when I think of these two teams, I think of a more balanced team with the devs. And ZWD, just has that more focused bot lane, and that's really the battle I'm seeing here is trying to just take advantage of being more balanced across the board on the dev side, and then ZWD just doing the ZWD things. And we got the Zillion ban, which I highly recommend. It's just so strong. I think Zillion actually isn't taken as seriously by some people. I mean.
Yeah.
I could literally play Zillion mid and it would be strong for our team. It's just really strong, really good for junglers, really good for ADCs to carry.
I think a big point here is just taking away those things that can help enhance whatever Rob can do to carry this game. There is also the fiddlesticks here. GYX extremely powerful as well on this champion. Also a disgusting champion overall in the meta right now. So they have these AoE ults, and now it's all about the setup. What can they do on the devs to try and buy out some disengage ultimates, try and find some kind of champion that can just get away from the fiddlesticks ult, from that Misfortune ult, that'll just drop so much damage in the team.
Yeah, the hope is that, I mean, they already have a decent amount of, disengage and engage
Mhm.
with the 3 champs they got. If you can potentially isolate Fiddlesticks, get him to like bait his ult. Steve, we got Pantheon too, so that you can kind of lock down, collapse on him while kind of keeping the rest of his team. Obviously, the Misfortune ult with the Fiddlesticks can destroy their entire, all the devs at the same time. So that's the fear, right?
I'm trying to figure out where this
Literally.
Pantheon's actually going because they have the opportunity to counterpick both lanes. I imagine they want to give counterpick over to Adiod in lane, especially since he's just that crazy hyper carry player. But they have locked in the Pantheon, and I'm not sure how that matchup is into Ornn, but they do have the global online, which will help them out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks like it's a question mark, like you're talking about, until we see this last pick. Yeah. So we got Victor mid and Pantheon top.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be Pantheon top. I mean, it could also go with the Sejuani. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if I've seen Josephi Hack play this Pantheon ever. I imagine this is David kind of stepping up to the plate here a little bit and getting his hands on a champion that has some more agency in the early.
But you got the classic Soraka on the other side. Just a cancer champion, if there ever was one. I love that champion and I hate that champion. So looking like some solid teams and should be a very good first game.
Yeah, you might think that the devs have this kind of uncontested global ult with the Pantheon, but through Soraka and Ziggs, you can kind of respond actually really well to the Skyfall. You can just drop the R to heal up your teammates, and of course drop Ziggs ultimate to just launch that Inferno Bomb on top of her you're trying to dive, and maybe turn around the fight just with the damage that can come through Ziggs.
Yeah, so over the course of the game, what do you think this is looking like, Paul, as far as win cons? Are the devs going to have to show up early to kind of guarantee the win, or are they going to be able to take it to late game and still have a good chance of winning?
It's kind of a tough call. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of this game's going to come down to the vision game. Whenever you have a Fiddlesticks in play, and a Misfortune to some extent too, wherever these two can set up and try and unleash the AoE ultimate, if you're not seeing it coming, you're going to walk right into it, completely blindsided by all this damage. So I think the devs really have to focus on their vision game. They have good tools here. Pantheon, of course, has the ability to actually build into that Umbral Glaive and kind of sweep out like a madman just to make sure that they're not sitting on any vision. So that could be helpful if he can get that item in his pocket. But overall, I think that both teams have decent scaling, and it'll really just come down to, can ZWD launch out with these AoE ultimates, or can the devs use these tools through the Skyfall, through the Glacial Prison on Sejuani to try and find picks and then stop the team fights, stop these 5v5s before they happen.
Yep, I mean, it definitely looks like they can engage and disengage at will, as long as, I mean, both teams, it looks honestly like they can do that. So it might come down to that, who can engage or just back out when stuff seems shady. Like the Fiddlesticks is really going to be key, as far as starting that fight, and then will the devs be able to react in enough time, or just like you're talking about, will they be able to ward? But the Fiddlesticks passive is so strong and can really make it difficult for the devs to be able to ward optimally.
I think the other thing I would have actually liked to see this game, instead of this Pantheon, and it doesn't have any carry potential, but the Maokai has been such a high presence pick at Worlds. I think it's still decent even on this patch right now. But if you have Sejuani Maokai into Misfortune, she's going to struggle to get through those tank health bars, right? On top of having the Maokai ultimate to actually zone away Fiddlesticks, kind of just throw it in his general direction, and you'll either snare him before he ults or after he ults, right? It's really hard for Fiddlesticks to try and time around Maokai ult coming at him. So I would have liked to see that pick. I think it's really good for anti-flanking, but either way, they still have a clear win condition with this Pantheon.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to set up predictions?
Predictions, I am not, unfortunately. So
oh, that's gonna make some people cry.
They're gonna have to just weep about it. Go cry to the admin team. Go ping them. I have got no power here, but maybe get set up during our break here, as we will go to this 3-minute delay. So we'll go to a short break. We'll see if we can get predictions set up for you all in the chat, and we'll be right back with our first game of playoffs here on this side of the bracket. See you soon. And we are getting onto the Rift here. It's the Devs versus ZWD. Locked in and loaded in. And we got an invade potentially already getting set up here on the bottom side for the Devs. We'll see if they can find this Thresh hook. They've gone for this in one of the few games. Rob's team may have prepared for this one, but walking in, Goblin hasn't spotted this just yet. Let's see him now, and it'll just be a slow, full disengage. Hollow's Eve cashing in early here with that Stealthy Sedge.
Yep, and Pantheon did not take an ability yet, just in case he would be able to get a hook. If Venom could get the hook, then he was definitely going to take that stun.
They still have an option here. I mean, they haven't exactly left yet, but not going to throw out the hook. Walk out of the jungle, and there's actually no counter vision on the top side, so really all they lost off of this play was... Oh, that'll actually affect him a little bit. Nylak going to grab an early level 2 off that ward. But they do now know that there's a pink ward on this red. Fiddlesticks end up going for that potion start. And they can now just set up back to the 5 point, get back into your lanes, and game's just going to play out as normal. Here, like starting on the Wolf camp actually, so matched in the top side by Pantheon, or sorry, by ZWD actually starting up on that red buff. Nice quick procs from DV4VP. It looks like using actually the shield to quickly stack up that stun and get a whole lot of damage off this red buff, but could mean a slight lead for ZWD here, but with both junglers pathing bot, it kind of tells you where the action's gonna. Actually opting to go straight from red to blue. So could get a very early level 3 here and head immediately bot lane. Fiddlesticks has actually opted for the full clear on top side, so definitely has a timer here to make it into bot lane very quickly. DV zoning level 2 X-Ray. Take a whole lot of damage here from the Pantheon. Another Q will proc. Down to half HP already, and has Biscuits to heal up, but this is certainly going to be a rough lane for this Orin.
No, that's super dangerous because once you get to that 25% health, you are in crit land for that Q, and that empowered Q can kill you.
Super quick. Bot lane.
I am down. Yeah, I'm down for that Pantheon top. No.
Seeing the magic get worked up here in the top lane. Early shove in, but on the opposite side of the bot lane, you're already seeing the power this Fortune has in this lane. Hollow's Eve as well, zoning out Red Ranger here, landing Q after Q and just stacking up that Spell Thieves.
Yeah, they might want to play it a little slower. I mean, Jinx is super strong late game. Obviously, MF is as well, but getting pushed out of lane right now, it's not what you want to see.
Certainly not. So, there'll be the early recalls here out of Roblin as well, up to 20 CS. So, managed to come back with some items and denying this massive wave actually here in the bottom lane. So, certainly going to hurt their bottom lane a little bit. But, I mean, this is kind of what they expected, right? If you can avoid maximum losses, if you're not dying to this misfortune, you're going to find a lead here. Is Rob actually opting for the Cole here in the bottom lane. So he's going for the long laning phase here. Going to farm it out here against Red Ranger.
Yeah, and he might be feeling like, you know what? He just saw how the first trades went. So now he can even go Cole and still poke enough. He knows he's able to do it. So now he's just going big.
Yeah, no gank was actually had in the bottom lane. So full reverse clear. X-Ray in a whole lot of danger though. Might just get solo killed. The ignite ticks down. DV4VP makes the counter pick work.
Yep, and that's exactly what he needs. So this is going to give him a lot of money up in top lane and make X-Ray a little poor. I'm loving it.
Still the poke landing out here in the bottom lane. I think the biggest thing about Misfortune isn't necessarily what she can do in the later stages of the game, but the fact that she can just bully out all of the laners so incredibly hard. You can see it's just so hard for them to walk up. Nice hook from Venom. Well, actually, pull in Hollow's Eve, not going to take any tower shots. Just barely out of range there. A little bit of poke damage. Can, of course, heal up through those Q spam.
Yeah, obviously laning base is important, but most of these games, they're going
the distance.
To 30, 40, they're going that distance. And that's why I like to see that scaling champ mid on ADOD that hopefully will come in clutch later on with the Pantheon, who is already has a strong lead and already got the TP out from Ornn.
Top of that, Serrated Dirk now in the hands of this early game pick. This actually opens you up to look for those kind of crazy engages. You can follow your jungler into their jungle. Is a Sejuani now lurking in this bush as well? And if DV lands his stun, it just instantly stacks up this passive. So look at that. Stunned, stunned, stunned again. Ornn gonna try and dash out of this one. Will take a huge chunk of damage and might just need to recall off of that. I mean,
he has to.
Really hard to stay in this lane now.
Pantheon's at half mana, which gives him plenty to just even, honestly, he still has flash up. He can tower dive and kill this guy. He's X-Ray is, he's in dangerous territory, honestly.
David as well, looking to stack up this passive once again. And yeah, like you mentioned, he's just hovering here on the flash range. X-Ray just cannot walk up. This is pushing towards David. It's a really just disastrous position. UIX on their side of the map is taking a dragon right now, so it's not completely lost. Like, their team's getting something. But it certainly hurts to be this Ornn. This is what you're, in theory, supposed to do. But man, it hurts the ego. Well, 6, David dashing on in, but isn't going to find a whole lot more.
We have the ZWD taking Drake.
First one of the game here will be that Earth Dragon. Hey, maybe he'll give X-Ray the resistances he needs to actually survive this lane. But actually haven't taken it yet, so a little bit of a slow take here. Fiddlesticks just taking up that bit. Should be able to get the smite down here in just a second, and finally securing that first dragon of the game. And the early stacks going here towards ZWD.
Looks like he's just trying to crash the wave here. Because he was using all his Qs just to push, so I think it looks like he's just trying to once again leverage the lead he has and come back with 2 more daggers.
The play here as well looks, I think a lot of red pings go down towards this Herald, but David's looking to roam, so
yeah,
there's ultimate has been called out, of course, by X-Ray, but you know, sometimes you're just not expecting the Pantheon to just rain down some hellfire on your lane.
Yeah, and I mean, if he can stay ahead like he has been at this point in the game, it's so hard to even start laning. Kind of like what's going on in bot lane on the other side.
Is a 3-man invade towards this blue buff as well. So maybe picking this one up. Maybe giving it over to AudioD in lane. It would be a nice pickup. X-Ray gets a little aggressive. Doesn't know the Sedge Bunny's around the corner. No flash available on this Orin for a few more seconds. Stun gonna land. Actually gonna deny the ultimate entirely. DV has arrived. The bot lane's roamed up though. Hollow Zeev and Goblin still level 5. Can't do a whole lot of damage here. Their bot lane as well. Just shoving in now against Nihilek in that lane. We'll just fully disengage. Throws out the bola.
Super disengage. Wow.
Yeah, just says, let's just call off this fight. We're not interested anymore. And this bot lane's up here for this Herald, and they're kind of forcing back the members of the devs, but I'm just not sure if anyone really wants to start up this objective.
This is really good for the dev side. They played it smart. They disengaged. They super disengaged actually. And now we're getting some plates bot lane. There's a lot of pressure off of Ranger for a little bit. And David doesn't care. David can hang out with the enemy bot lane for a while. Okay, they're starting the objective.
Yeah, so they have 4 up here. I mean, they have the numbers advantage. X as well, looking to get the fear onto David. Just trying to zone him out here, honestly. Like, the devs can't really do much about this, and it kind of feels like they know this, though there is David recalling on a ward here. Needs to be a little bit careful. Herald eventually going to get given on over, but it took a whole lot of effort. I mean, Goblin and Hollow Zeev are still level 5 here at the 8th minute in the game. They've been out of lane for so long trying to make this objective take happen.
Yeah, again, I mean, the devs are getting some stuff, even though, you know, they lose the rift, but they're still getting stuff. Even with DV hanging out, this is looking good for devs still. But again, I do feel like that ZWD is a ticking time bomb, ready to blow up and destroy the enemy side of the map. So I definitely start to clench my cheeks the longer the game goes.
Potential dive being set up here. Nihilek has gotten 0 mana. So just going to look for the recall. Pantheon ult coming down as well. David's going to flash on in. The bomb will land. Josephi Hack trying to tank up this tower as much as possible. Going to pull the lantern. Actually flashes back. A nice flash to escape. A lot of resources. GYX can't do anything here. Going to actually just take down David, who walks up a little bit too far.
That was weird.
Execute as well onto Red Ranger. It isn't awful, but a shutdown onto the Fiddlesticks would be massive here for GYX. Tries to get the fear onto Venom, cannot land it, and that should just be the full disengage now. As they do have this Herald, though, they won't have the satchel charge to match it, but this will be a whole lot of plates going over to Goblin.
Yep, that was what we call a questionable pathing with the Panth. That was a little strange. I've done the same thing where I'm trying to support my team.
Oh, actually,
and path wrong.
Bulls and Hollow's Eve, that's a whole lot of damage onto the support. They will finally now drop the Herald, but there's a Jinx back here. Goblin, he's looking for it. Gonna hook in GYX. The Soraka ult not gonna be enough to sustain him through this turret, and just almost was. Finding the ult. A nice stun to stop the misfortune from coming through. Red Ranger now looking for a little bit more. He's excited. X-Ray has arrived with the Orin ultimate, but it's all for not just for the disengage. X-Ray on the way out. Pantheon's all the way up in top lane now. Gonna look for the stun, looking for a little bit more, but just too tanky on that Orin, will not find any more damage, and they'll just look for the full disengage. Dragon respawning up here in 45 seconds. They'll look to path mid.
Shout out to Giuseppe with that ult, but also the devs in general. I mean, they're getting a bigger lead here. Not so much in gold, but definitely in kills and just force, tempo. I'm really liking the teamwork that went in on that. I mean, I pictured that bottom tower disappearing, and instead that happened. I love it.
On top of this, the timing's a little awkward for X-Ray because you definitely want this Ornn around this dragon. There is a wave currently crashing into that tower, so he's losing out on EXP up here. Be forced top to clear that out. Has no teleport either, and David, of course, with that shove in the top lane, can now just walk straight to dragon. They should have numbers advantage on this one.
Definitely, X-Ray felt he needed to, you know, I don't know what's going on in comms, but he felt he needed a TP just to try to salvage what was going on bot lane, but it is going to most likely cost them Drake here.
Looking for Goblin here,
And
caught up in
Goblin's
alcove. Not alcove gaming that you want to look for. Gonna hook in, not the effigy, that's the actual GYX. Goblin might be able to train something back here. Actually gonna take down Venom. Goblin getting chased down by DV, but there's too much healing from the Sejuani. GYX on the other side, just trying to sustain through. Might just be able to pull this one off. Red Ranger forced out of the fight, and they have to just pull off this full disengage. Goblin on the side just pitter-pattering away with these bullets, but won't find any more kills. But again, this is the devs forced back under their tower. And they don't have any health or resources to really try and contest this dragon anymore. Oh, I need to get in lane. Actually in a little bit of trouble here. X-Ray looking for the engage. Will find the fruits. Has move speed, but not a whole lot of sustained damage here against X-Ray. We'll see what he can do. Drop the ultimate. X-Ray goes a little bit low. ZWD in lane. Trying to make it to that last fruit, but gets clapped. Flash clapped. But on the bottom side, it's a full engage. It'll be a 2-for-0 here as Giuseppe and DV, the top jungle duo, just takes down the bottom lane of ZWD.
And that's definitely worth for the devs. Victor, strategy complete. X-Ray is definitely not going to be here. Nilik doesn't have his ult up, so this should be guaranteed here.
They're giving him a lot of respect actually here on the Ziggs. I think they have the ability to just go for this one, but backing up wisely. They don't want GYX either to ult over this wall and find something like crazy engage. Doesn't have that available either, so it just is the dragon take. Smite that one down, and the devs get on the board with dragons, but you're seeing the effects of having this Ziggs mid has actually managed to take down that mid lane tower. So the gold is actually ahead right now for ZWD.
Right, and that's where I'm like scratching my head because I'm seeing this. You know, the kills are going up, but the gold is staying the same. So definitely Ziggs is not. Nilik is not acting like a zillion mid. He is taking towers and doing exactly what he needs to be doing.
ZWD in lane, a little bit of a blunder there against the Ornn. Did manage to force out the Ornn's flash, but it certainly hurts to die solo there in the river. It was a close fight. Did almost have the damage to pull that one off, but back in the side lane, back to scaling. Should have plenty of time in this game to get to where Victor wants to be in this game, where you can kind of just be that scaling carry, hang out, farm up as many sideways as you want, and eventually get those items where you can just be one-shotting multiple people in the front line.
Yep, definitely still like he's fine. He's 0-1-2, but he's 20 CS up on Ziggs, and the longer the game goes, the easier he'll be able to CS.
You have Pantheon up here in the lane, fighting against the Ornn. Saw a lot of blue pings actually up towards this Pantheon, so they're not going to go for the play just yet. There is a Rift Herald here in 15 seconds, and that's 2 recalls out of blue side. Obviously, they're not on wards, so the devs can't know that they've managed to go back to base, but if they start this Herald right now, they have a good shot of just taking it down.
We'll have all the ults up here, so yeah, this Rift this Rift might get interesting. Victor almost has teleport, but if they start the Rift up before he has it, I don't know, you know,
Goblin
how
walks
accurate
into
they are
a
on
bush.
the
It's a
timer.
whole lot of damage. They're actually looking for the flash hook. No! He tried to predict the flash. It just didn't come out of Goblin and didn't even have that cooldown available, so looked a little silly there, but I see what Venom was going for. They do currently have a whole lot of vision over this area. Actually just going to land a stun. They got to watch out. Here comes the tail sticks over the wall. Not landing a whole lot of damage. They're trying to find the disengage now. Misfortune drops the bullet time. A whole lot of damage coming out. Goblin able to escape with their life. Flash over from David. This is the kill that they needed. Now Jinx is excited and GYX has to get out of there. TV for VP looking for the support. Diving this turret so incredibly deep.
A little greedy.
Just goes down. Giuseppe Hack on the other side being forced out. Red Ranger, the only damage left on this team, trying to escape. The flash from Nilik, able to dodge out the ult. Just dies to autos though. Here comes ZWD in lane. Finally, they're out of the fight. Nilik gonna go down quick here, but ZWD in lane also not looking too long for this world as Ornn chases him out. Just heavy hack on the side of the fight will finish off the Soraka. X-Ray goes solo, chased too far, and finally this tank will go down. A triple kill goes to ZWD in lane. This is a massive gold swing in favor of the devs.
That is huge for the Victor passive. We're looking at Yeah, now he's got the Q, he's got the E. That was huge. Great flash by DV. The under the tower, he just wanted to finish off the Soraka.
Oh, and actually might find a greedy goblin out here in the middle lane. A nice Jinx rocket to follow Red Ranger. Gets the kill. The coordination out of the devs. Killer right now as they find 2 globals in the mid lane to pick up that one. They're still on Herald here, and now they're looking to siege down mid.
You gotta love that Jinx passive. Just you get a kill, and then you can take a tower, full tower to half.
Yep.
So that's why you saw Ziggs there. He ulted just to prevent it.
Picked up a little bit of a farm for himself as well, trying to shore up this current difference from ADOD in lane, but this Victor's gotta be feeling good. You got that triple kill. It accelerates the pace of your game so much quicker. You're at level 12 now. Quickly scaling up here for that rank 3 ultimate, and we'll be looking finally at the first Infernal Dragon, getting closer to the soul here now, as both teams with 1 dragon to their name. It'll be a while before they can stack up. We're looking at a minimum right now of a 32-minute soul. But either way, it is teams quickly securing these dragons. Gonna be very happy about it with the amount of scaling of both these squads. Oh, David! Gonna stop by minions. He didn't time the waves.
No, this is fine though. Nothing up, nothing really going on. So
it just means he farms another wave. It looks like, because he didn't
yeah,
even have like low mana or anything, so he's just fine. But there are 3 members now here towards this bottom side. Have to watch out for the Soraka ultimate. Can come through at any moment here, but they're diving the Ziggs, so 1 versus 3. They're gonna just drop the Herald and claim the first turret.
MF is just pushing, shoving mid, and now they have the prio mid to try to defend this bot.
I actually might need to be careful here. There is X-Ray with that teleport available. Quickly come down to one of these wards, and they don't currently have Red Ranger really in the vicinity. Now he's rotating down, so it will just be a 5v5, I think, around this dragon. Looks like neither team really wants to try and opt out of taking this objective. They're going to pull it out of the pit. There is a nice ward here from Hollow's Eve, actually, in that little pixel bush. Ward has a great option to try and teleport down here, but will they even try and go for this one? They're just happy to give this one over.
Looks like they're giving it.
Yeah, JX is positioning for an ult, but I'm just not sure if they want this.
Yeah, if Fid wanted to make that play there, he just needed to... I don't know why he was waiting so long. I didn't look. Maybe his ward was on cooldown. Because I think that's worth a steal. What do you think on that? Like, if he dies, but he steals the Drake, that should be fine, right?
This is like the classic like jungler meme is like, do you suicide miracles to try and steal this? And it's like, it comes down to a question of how winnable is this game right now? Because right now, realistically, despite Rob being 0-4, they're not that far behind in gold. It's only 1k difference. They've managed to take mid lane tower. They've managed to take, it hasn't been actually top lane tower yet. I'm not exactly sure on that one. But they're doing a good job right now of neutralizing this gold lead. Yeah, so it is 2 towers to 1.
Yep.
They have 1 dragon to their own name. Their scaling themselves isn't that bad. So I think suiciding for the dragon in that case, it kind of feels like a 50-50 coin flip on who smites better. Isn't really worth it because you're guaranteed to die after, right? So it's not worth throwing away more gold.
Bottom line, not worth.
Yeah, you can play it slow. Yeah, through that rant, you can kind of finally decide that I think it's not almost never worth the suicide for dragon.
Okay, that's fair.
We're going to have a lull here now, as it will be 3 more minutes for that next dragon. Neither of these teams extremely fast at taking this Baron, and with scaling Jinx and Victor, you kind of just want to feed these guys waves as much as possible, and then look to fight around these major objectives. So I'm keeping my eye on Venom this game, and Hollow Z for that matter, because these vision setups are going to be critically important. See who can kind of zone out the others' AoE ultimates, because you don't want Fiddlesticks to get on top of Victor and Jinx at the same time. If he kind of picks one or the other, one of your carries can try and make it through the fight. But, I mean, if Ornn and Fiddlesticks are collapsing on the same target, it's basically just a GG. Look at me siege on this mid lane turret. That was a whole lot of damage out of Addy. Will quickly be sustained up.
Oh, man.
Soraka, though. So, I mean, that's the thing here is, even though this Victor's so far ahead, they have the right pick here with the Soraka to sustain through all of it. So Hollow's Eve will eventually go low through all these healing, but... And the devs certainly struggling to try and siege down this mid lane turret, despite this great poke from Addy.
But yeah, I mean, Hollow's Eve already can't get near the enemy team now, and so it looks like the devs might be trying to make a spicy Baron bait,
Yeah, they have to watch out for these choke plays. That is the Mega Inferno Bomb gonna go out here.
Yep.
Now the Ornn Ultimate, actually, they're trying to commit to this fight, looking for the hard engage. There is Red Ranger on the side. GYX pulls out the Fiddlesticks ult, but flashing forward, still can't find any damage. Here comes Pantheon now, ultimately the backline. Venom will actually pick up GYX. Jinx is excited here on the backside as well. Nice knockup from X-Ray. Just if he hack over the wall. A nice ultimate from Rob. The bullet time is massive here. Goblin currently untouched and not very low either. Red Ranger still looking for the damage here on the front line. X-Ray coming forward, goes very low. Goblin almost explodes to Victor. So incredibly close here. The health bar is all bleeding out, but there's nothing to finish off these kills for either team, and so they're just forced to walk out.
Yeah, it looks like that was just a wash, which is actually very good for ZWD because are they really staying?
Pulling out the TP it actually forces a massive cooldown there from Ornn, so maybe not a bad bait from this Pantheon. Maybe a little bit over aggressive, but able to escape.
As long as it works out, it was a big brain. It just the thing about the Ornn ult is it lets them know what's gonna happen, right? And so if the Fid doesn't get the ult off prior, we saw what just happened. He did everything he could to try to get close to the enemy team. Just did not happen. All that damage was not on the enemy.
Yeah, just didn't connect on anyone, right? And really, I think the only thing that managed to turn that fight around for them was an incredible reposition here from Goblin, who got over the wall away from everyone, and then landed, I think, a 3-man bullet time. So
yes, super gross
turnaround there in that fight to switch the damage, or to kind of even out the health bars and even pick up the kill there on the Venom ZXP. There is
to even them out to 100 HP apiece.
There is now another dragon coming up, and there is no teleport on Ornn, no flash on Ornn, and no flash on Fiddlesticks. So. And no flash on Goblins. So if they're tracking these cooldowns, the devs should know that they're in a really good spot to take this one.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like ZWD is plenty aware of it, just trying to clear vision on Baron side while they can, and not really getting any. I mean, look at this. The devs just own the side of the Drake right now.
Alazith has managed to get a lot of these sneaky wards in, though. You see one here in this bush. There's one in Pixel Bush around that last dragon. So he's doing a great job of continually finding these little spots to sneak in a ward so that they know what the devs are up to. I'm not sure if it changes their game plan, but at some point, if you're not sweeping out this vision kind of during the later stages of the game when they're forced to look for these fights, you're gonna get yourself into a little bit of trouble. So I still want to see this item come out from David. I want to see the Umbral Glaive. I think it would help their team so much, but it is one of those lower damage items, and David looking to put on the carry pants this game on this Pantheon.
Yeah, definitely doesn't look like we're gonna see Glaive this match, this game.
Giuseppe Hack here has actually opted for the Anathema's chains. I'm kind of curious as to who that went on to. If we can sniff that out, does that show us?
Yeah, let's see.
I think you'd have to find the target, so I'm gonna guess Goblin. And yep, there it is. There's a Vendetta.
Yeah, I was gonna like it's gotta be right.
Yeah. Good choice here. I mean, you're playing Sejuani. You're into the Ziggs Fiddlesticks. I think the only consistent damage that you're really worried about is gonna be that miswork. Yeah,
for sure. And now it's actually a really smart pick because there's a 300 gold shutdown on Sejuani. Sejuani does not want to die to MF right now, so pretty smart.
I didn't even think about this, but also there's no cleanse and no QSS, no Ails. So if you land this CC and it lasts for an expedited time, it could be exactly what you need to just take down that target. And Idea in lane gonna try and chase down X-Ray here. There's really no one actually to help him out, but a little worried about the minions. Maybe just wants to farm instead. It is, of course, Victor, so gonna opt to do that.
And we are seeing that CS gap mid lane getting a little larger. Not as large as I would think it would be.
King's Bear.
Okay.
I think there is a ward here from Hollow Zev again. Of course,
just
so good with the vision, so it goes over the wall a little early there. They might try and start this one up still. Ziggs is just recalled. There's a Soraka who just managed to get yet another ward up here. We'll get cleared out once again by Red Ranger. So good move from the devs here to look for that, I think, but maybe a little bit over aggressive on jumping into the pit before sweeping out that. Have this next dragon up here in 3 minutes. Will be the soul for the devs if they can secure
it. So now how are you feeling about the Fid going all in?
I think it's gonna have to happen. Like this is where it starts to change a little bit. The dynamic shifts when it's soul point and soul. The argument being that when it happens on soul point, if the enemy team gets that, then you're forced to fight. So you either go for the Miracle Steal at that point and prevent yourself from being forced to fight, or you go for the Miracle Steal on the soul, which is so much more risky because the devs should be playing to zone out the Fiddlesticks extremely hard in that next exchange.
And it's Fire Drake.
They're looking for the Bush Wookiee here, setting up for some kind of crazy wombo play. I like gonna get tagged up. Just if he should know someone's in that bush, right? But
I don't know if they do actually.
ZWD actually owns this river, so they're gonna be forced to drop the ultimate out of Red Ranger just to clear out any vision on this Baron. Make sure they weren't just snaking that one away. And you're seeing what happens when you have this mid prio. I mean, they just can't walk into this Dragon Pit at all. Nihilak's doing a great job of shoving out. Halaziv's doing a great job on vision, and finally the devs will respond by just shoving mid and forcing ZWD to walk back to them.
Yeah, but it's smart of the devs to not just let ZWD control what's going on here, right?
And I like that they finally sent David back up here to top lane. I think this Pantheon needs to take down this top lane turret so they can just continue to find more angles in these fights. Because that was what was stopping them from walking, is that they didn't have a flank angle, didn't have any other way to check this vision. If they straight up walk into Fiddlesticks or an old Misfortune old Zigzal, I think they just lose straight up.
Yep. I'm definitely liking the ward setup on the devs right now. They are definitely primed for this Drake right now. And then they can, by all means, pivot if they need to. Most likely, they'll just take the... I would even feel... Since it's Fire Drake, I love Fire Drake. It's so good. And so, even giving Baron up at that point is probably fine.
They do have to be careful.
They have the front line to be able to defend, and then Victor can also clear the waves. But, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I'm kind of like disagreeing with you, which is just that Baron... agreeing, not disagreeing. Baron versus the Infernal Dragon. I mean, it's not a bad play for either team. So if ZWD wants to go for this flip, absolutely can. But it'll be so hard to fight into Infernal Victor Jinx. Even ZWD at that point, constantly proccing the extra damage and just being so incredibly tanky, just gets super annoying with that Infernal Dragon. So devs here with
and the proc is so fast. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, all the vision right now is actually topside for this team. UAX looking over that wall for a crazy ultimate, but won't find anything just yet. And there is an Ornn in the top lane, so teleport available for X-Ray. Keep your eye out for these flank wards from Halazif. They're gonna look for something to get down here, and it'll just be a very early TP straight up into the mid. They're gonna actually try and get the shove here mid. They're gonna force the devs back into them. And X-Ray just gonna walk over vision here in a little bit of trouble, actually. Goes straight into the back line. That's David looking for a crazy flank angle, but may have gone a little bit too far. Two separate
teams. Too far.
Venom looking for the disengage here onto the Fiddlesticks. Actually, massive slow on GYX. The heals are huge, though. X-Ray will pick up Venom's EXP. They're diving in the back line. There is Red Ranger here on the side. Look for the first kill. We'll finally pick that one up. These backline carries are so dang tanky with the Soraka, though. They can't take anything down. There's ADOD in lane. Drops a huge laser. Halazif will fall. Double kill for ADOD in lane. Might be another triple here coming out, but it's stolen away by Red Ranger. But that is Infernal Soul given over here. The fight just not in favor of ZWD.
Yeah, it's kind of questionable. David going for MF instead of the Soraka that walked right by him, but it seems that the idea there was just to lock down MF, prevent any damage coming out of MF, and even though Soraka was able to heal Misfortune and keep him alive, he wasn't able to do anything because of the lockdown, and that just let the devs stumble. Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, still burning the flash there, so losing the fight and burning sums never feels good on when you're playing this ADC, especially since you know that you're so much of this team's damage. Goblin knows that they're the crux of this team, really, and they have to find such good plays to make sure that ZWD can come out on top in this series. So, rough start here. Infernal Soul given on over, but again, this is the team that can team fight so much more effectively than I think anyone else in the league, just through having this incredible Enchanter player in Halazif and having this incredible ADC in Goblin. See what they can do here with Misfortune is certainly has, I think, less agency than some ADCs if you can't find that ult.
Yeah, Goblin's, I'm sure, keeping us cool. Oh my goodness. Okay, they're going for Baron.
Baron flip time. Here it is. So ZWD just looks to start this one up. They don't have any vision. Oh, they do have a vision. They have a pink ward in the back of that pit.
They do.
I'm not sure if they saw that pink ward, but maybe they're just thinking they can flip this one.
They have to see it by now.
I'm not so sure. They're just going for it. They might just, like, they can hide behind the health bar of that Baron. They might just not know. GYX though on the side here, looking for the massive Fiddlesticks ult. This could be the fight that they need. Low, so much damage to their bullet time. 2 dead instantly. Can they make this fight come back happen? Red Ranger has to find the disengage. They're looking. The carries are still alive here. If they can get excited, they can still try and turn this one around. ZWD in lane, looking for the damage. Might be able to find it, but there's the heals coming up from Hylos Eve. They're not going to find any kills, but 2 shutdowns given on over here. Or maybe not exactly shutdowns, but 2 massive kills will shut down this tempo advantage from the devs, and they're going to struggle now to find anything else on the map right now.
Yep, and Sedge is still alive, so they can't really... Oh, man. This is what happens when you get Soul Pan, you know? You get Soul Pan, and now you have Flame Soul Pan. And that's just super strong.
Flame Soul Pan?
Yeah.
Am I
you got that,
I don't think I'm playing.
No, not at all. The devs just got Flame Soul Pan, you know? They're doing that extra damage with it. You can see they got 3 Fire Drakes, and they got that Flame Soul Pan.
Interesting. Yeah. You have the Drake advantage here.
It's Soul Point, Saul.
Okay. I got it now. We have the Elder Dragon spawning here a little bit. Could be a massive point of contention because, again, if it is coming down to, again, division here. They didn't have vision of GYX. They tried to walk into the pit, and they just got obliterated by that Fiddlesticks ultimate. So you have to be careful when they're walking into these major objectives. If ZWD can get these objectives first, set up their vision, and then get GYX in a good flanking position, that trick can work twice because they're going to be forced to face check, especially an objective like Elder.
Yeah, what do you think was... How do you feel about what ZWD did there? Was that their plan, do you think?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's a reason you don't have Fiddlesticks just tanking the Baron for you. It's because you're looking for the high damage ultimate. And they're just going to go right back to this play. It's GYX immediately looking for the fight. So much shielding will not be enough to keep the Jinx alive. And now they're in the 4 versus 5. Nice knock up onto Victor will land. Misfortune bullet time come out again for the shutdown. Goblin going to pick that one up. DV on the front looking for some damage, but just can't find anything through the healing. And it is ZWD coming up huge once again. Will not find the shutdown to Sejuani, but will get the one down on the Victor. Massive knockups coming through, and with this Baron, they'll equalize this game once again.
Yeah, and now looking at items on the dev side, there is no anti-heal going on. So that's an interesting decision with the amount of healing that really ZWD needs. And if there's no counter to it, you're just buffing Soraka.
Yeah. Yep, you're seeing the power of this Fiddlesticks pick, and this is why I would have liked to see something like the Maokai come out, because with Sejuani ult, it's really hard to guess where the Fiddlesticks is ulting from. But if with Maokai ult, you just kind of throw it in the general direction of where you think he could be, and you're guaranteed to hit him. So
yeah, and
just popping off right here on the Fiddlesticks, though. I mean, that was 2 fights in a row now. Finding critical picks and critical ultimates keeps ZWD in the game.
Yeah, and exactly like you're talking. Thresh even is landing the hook on Fiddlesticks, but it's actually nudging him a little closer to the team and letting GYX get more out of his ult.
Yeah, it's hurtful. I mean, I think the walk speed of Fiddlesticks in that ultimate will technically be faster than getting hooked in. So, like, but the question is, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you could walk into the ult willingly and I guess try and flame away, but they don't really have good options to eat at the Fiddlesticks outside of a Sejuani bullet, and if you commit that, you have nothing to lock down Goblin out of this bullet time.
Yeah, I mean, ZWD is doing exactly what they need to do to turn this into a win. I'm liking it.
Thresh has
keeping it interesting
in the Knight's Vow here for, I'm assuming that's going to be the Jinx. Find that damage here and trying to keep that Jinx alive just long enough to get excited, because if you get that Jinx excited, that fight looks wildly different. I also like the pickup here, actually, from Red Ranger, opting for that rapid-fire cannon so they can stay just a little bit further away and keep dealing that damage.
And that anti-heal I was talking about, I mean, Sejuani's doing the big brain tank thing where, you know, he's got the chains, now he's got the anti-heal. Hopefully that can help the devs in these huge team fights.
Once again, devs is just giving up mid-prio entirely. So they have this wave just hitting their turret now. They could just actually turn and try and take this one down. Minions just whacking away at that thing, but it will just be the 5v5 straight up here. There is a flank from Fiddlesticks. David has found him, though, taking him down to half. That is massive, but it will be quickly healed up by Soraka here. Look for the flash. Not going to find the kill, though. Soraka will sustain GYX back up to full here on the side. So they commit so much and get nothing, honestly, out of this fight.
Yeah.
GYX still hovering up here on the side. And we're just going to play a Poke Wars now here between Victor. It is Victor
We
versus
still have
the
the
world right
Panthol.
now. You still have Panthol. They could hard commit with that. GYX roaming back to mid lane, still looking for a crazy flank angle here. Knows they don't have vision on this side. Hollow's Eve so far away from everyone to make sure they can get as much healing as possible through everything. GYX is a maniac. Look at this flank. He is so high above everyone. Remain Ornament maybe coming through here. Gonna find ADOD and lane. The knockup doesn't actually land though. Massive stun here coming out, but the bullet time still huge in the choke. Got one flashing over the wall to find two. Triple kill for Goblin, who's just going like a maniac, looking for everything. Quadra kill. Could be the Penta as they just continue to look for more kills. They've given up on Elder. They say they want the base.
They don't need Elder.
The second tier turret here in the top or in the bottom lane. They'll push towards the base and see whatever they can grab.
Yeah, Pantheon is hurting, and he's not going to be able to defend this. Everybody is up, but I mean, look at this base. This is huge.
Yep.
This is.
Elder's still on the table here as an option, so if they can force out some recalls, and they will have the better back timers to try and take this objective. And David's actually looking to maybe potentially try and chase out Goblin. Has actually used Skyfall, so doesn't have that as an option to try and chase down either of these targets. We'll get back into base here. They can do to reset, try and calm the nerves, and try and retake this objective once again.
Yeah, it looks like it's. I mean, with that bot lane gone, the advantage, even with the Soul Pan, it's looking way more even, and just 50-50 on whether you get Elder or not is a hard way to, because the devs fought really hard to keep a lead this whole game, and just to have it all come down to Elder is probably getting a little frustrating for them. So hopefully the mental's still there.
ZWD on this objective, it's already down to half. ADOD needs to commit teleport right now. Now we'll start coming down. Fiddlestick just going to go for the solo ult action on the David. That's one kill down. But they've burned a lot of ultimates for only that one kill. They can try and poke this one out. They can try and fight through this. They might have to as it is Elder, but it looks like the devs are calling this one off. Elder will reset. Buys them a little bit more time. Looks for the Ziggs ult actually over the wall just to prevent any kind of miracle steal. But ADOD will just get the shove here in mid lane. We're just going to look to delay as much as possible. That ultimate will actually also delay some more back timers. ADOD just looking to shove in these waves, and kind of with every wave you shove in on one of these major objectives, you're just knocking 30 seconds off that timer because it'll just take that much more time for minions to spawn and get it back across the map.
Yep, hopefully the devs can quickly secure some vision. ZWD is just going to clear these waves and try to secure Baron. I don't really see how the devs can stop them now that they have the stop them from getting Baron. Now that they have Elder, that's going to be really difficult.
Yep, Ornn at level 17 has actually upgraded every single item but their own. So X-Ray certainly playing that supportive style. You have
4K, let's go.
You have the 6-item full build Misfortune here online as well. Jinx lagging behind by just one. And what Red Ranger can do here to scale up, because eventually the damage output from this Jinx will outclass it of Misfortune, especially with this Soul. But they have to be so careful now. They cannot get caught out anymore with the death timers just extending into this game. It's looking dastardly here for the devs. Oh, Fiddlestick's ultimate over the wall. ADOD in lane forced to flash instantly. The flash might come out, might just be enough here. GYX in a force be going golden. The ult's still coming out. ADOD in lane has to go golden themselves, but this is certainly a dead Victor. They trade 1 for 1. Fiddlestick's shut down by that Pantheon. Goblin's still alive though, and they can still continue this fight. There is a teleport from Ziggs. They're going to look for some more towers here. Have that satchel charge to quickly take these things down, and we have to be careful. This is still an Elder up team. They're missing quite a few ultimates, but there is still the bullet time, so any kind of lockdown from X-Ray, and someone's going down.
I am wondering what the comms are in ZWD's side. I just picture Fid saying, hey, I'm going in again.
The ult goes wide, so they're down one more ultimate here. They're looking for a little bit more damage, but just not going to find anything. And they're forced off the inhib, forced to give that one up, and it's ZWD with their eyes on the Baron.
Yep. Still have that bullet time like you were talking about. This is still plenty doable for a team with Elder, but it looks like they're resetting.
Do that. Nihilek potentially caught out here. There's a lot of pings coming up towards this. David wants to find it, but wants to try to make these miracle plays, but is just struggling to find any isolated targets. Pantheon certainly falling off by this stage of the game in favor of that Ornn, and Elder Dragon not something we want to fight into 2v1.
Yeah, it looks like they just didn't want to risk Baron with Fiddle being down. So they're like, you know what? We're strong. We can wait. It's not a big deal.
And you wanted some more anti-heal items. Here you go. Chempunk Chainsword coming out from DV for
There we
VP.
go.
Needs more supportive items on this Pantheon now. As he starts to fall off, it is really important to start locking in some of these, more supportive picks. I still really want to see the Umbral Glaive come out, but just haven't seen that option locked in for anyone on
Not happening, Saul.
I want to believe it's so good this game.
Okay, final item.
Final
All right.
item. Okay, deal. I think you needed it so much earlier.
I mean, we're looking at 41 and a half minutes into the game, so I'm going to have to agree with you.
Are now turning their eyes towards this Baron. Might just be uncontested here in this case. They have to be careful of Fiddlestick's ultimate, as it could come over that wall at any time. GYX, a ring on the side here. Actually, a nice chunk of change locked in there. Whole lot of damage on the GYX, but, well, again, the Soraka is here, quickly sitting back up this Fiddlesticks. Baron down to 3k HP. Jinx Rocket committed as well into the fight. Baron down to 12, actually stolen away by Victor. That's massive for the devs. They lantern him out. Will they be able to find this engage? I'm not sure if Elder's still available. Rob trying to find a forward ultimate there. Burns
Look at
actually
this.
the Gale Force, but they use so much and get so little.
Wow.
The devs pull off the heist on the Baron.
Great Victor Smite, I gotta say. That was that, and see that's again the great thing about just having Fire Soul Pan is all your guys can help smite, and that's exactly what we just saw. That's really good for the devs, obviously.
It's actually just such an interesting exchange because the ZWD called off the Baron. They said, okay, we're gonna hold it here at 2k HP and force them to come into us. And Josephiak just says, bet, and just dashes over the wall, happy to give his team vision, be that mobile ward. Venom throws a lantern to get him out, and a nice combo from Victor to just secure the Baron. It was just so well played from the devs. Their teamwork is immaculate, but here it is! Fiddlesticks all over the wall, straight onto Red Ranger. Can they find the damage? Flashing forward to follow. 600 gold shutdown there on the Fiddlesticks. On the backside, though, it is a 2 versus 2. DV and Josephiak finding a whole lot of damage, and actually GVX goes down. 2 for 1 right now. Josephiak still looking for more, but they don't have the Jinx anymore to get excited and find these kills. To be a little bit careful here. Nice chunk of damage there. Rob is down. And they might be able to take this turret quickly. They have to force it, though. There is the ultimate now coming down from Ornn. Can they find the damage, though? There is no Ziggs on this side of the fight. Ornn just isn't finding any damage on themselves. Nice healing coming out now from Hollow's Eves. They look to find the hook. Venom almost lands that one. Josephiak forced out, though, by that Mega Inferno Bomb, and they have no minions. Now coming with this next wave. Soraka still sustaining everyone's health bars, and the devs certainly don't have that same reward to themselves. Venom's EXP looking for the zoning. We'll find the hook again, but it's just the Ornn. I don't know if you want to take that one. Nyla on the side. The devs are looking to try and close the win out right now. Adiodi in lane, trying to find the damage, but again, the Soraka is just in the backline. They cannot find the damage. They cannot find any kills, and they're forced out of the base by ZWD.
Did they forget that Ranger died? That was so ballsy of Venom.
Oh, DV! David, no! You can't back there! You have to escape!
Not the cheeky.
David cannot die! Hollow's Eve almost dies as well. Adiodi and Lane greeted, though.
No.
The multiple members of the devs might just go down here. Nihilak and X-Ray force down 2. 15 seconds to Elder, and you're missing your top and mid.
You know, that's what gets frustrating, because Addy wanted to help, prevent that death, and now you're stuck. And then you start to think, man, I should have just walked away and let David die, but it's too late because it's a team game, right?
Yeah, and this could just very well cost them the game. I don't know if they have the wave to deal with these supers. They do have Baron. Well, not going to do a whole lot for X-Ray. They actually pull in the Ornn. This might just be a full-on kill. X-Ray goes solo, dashes straight into the Jinx traps. Look at that healing! That is disgusting. The hook on in. It just doesn't matter. GYX is in the backline with the Fiddlesticks ultimate to find the damage, and that's going to be the game. ZWD off of the greed, the hubris from the devs will find the Nexus here in game 1.
You know, I'm happy I got my points, but I feel like I'm on the dev side right now, and that has to be so frustrating because they did such a great job early. Red Ranger started turning into Green Ranger or Blue Ranger, just nobody knowing where he is. He's dead. That just has got to hurt. Hopefully they can keep their mental intact so they can turn this around.
The good news here is that the early game did look good. So if they can still manage to find those leads, they do have the chance to come back in the series. This is, of course, a best of 5, so it does, in a large part, come down to that mental game that the devs can do here in game 2 as we transition to that. We will be right back here with game 2 of the devs versus ZWD.
Oh, perfect.
We are back right into draft here. The Devs versus ZWD. Game one, of course, going over to ZWD with an interesting late game scenario. I'm now joined on the desk by Eldaho. Hell to hell. What did you think of that last game?
That game was crazy. I really liked what the devs were doing. Early game, they had a plan. They said, okay, we're gonna put DV on a something that can actually punish a tank top laner and can maybe try to carry us out of this game. And they oh my god, like some of those team fights, and they were both teams were just playing together so well. So I'm excited to see what they can pull out this time.
We've been blessed by a team fighting meta. Always just constant action on these objectives. The band's looking almost exactly the same here. They've actually left open Akali in the mid lane, which is
Yeah,
absolutely crazy here. I didn't expect this to happen. So Silas, Echo, MF instead for ZWD. They'll leave open ADOD and lane signature pick.
I wonder if they'll take the Akali. I'm assuming that they have some kind of pick that they want to play into the Akali, but does Akali do anything against Zillion? I mean, I feel like, or Galio. I mean, those are the kind of picks that I'm expecting out of
Yeah.
ZWD. So I feel like Akali will just get shut down by whatever Nihilix's going to be going anyway. So it would kind of be just reliant on the team fights. But I think if Akali doesn't snowball, it seems like kind of useless in team fights from my experience.
Side here, it's going to be classic Orin duty as well as Twitch also locked in. Some signature picks here coming out from ZWD. The Pantheon going to be returned to actually here for DV in the top lane, I'd have to assume. Thresh already locked
Yeah.
in. They're picking widely the same team comp here, at least for the devs. We'll see if ZWD to follow suit here, but with MF off the table at the very least, they have to go to Rob's more comfort pick here with the Twitch.
I do expect to see a Soraka here, maybe a Lulu, because the Twitch Lulu is just so good. But I mean, the Soraka is just so OP. It's so hard to do anything about it. So we'll have to see what they decide. And they do go with the Akali.
I'm actually going to pop up in the client draft here just so you guys can see this. But Adio D and Lane is actually saying thank you for leaving the Akali open.
Yeah,
So,
well,
interesting.
I'm actually, to be honest, I'm not too surprised because I know that Rob hates Victor. He hates that champion with a passion. So he's probably like, you know what? We'll just give him the Akali, and that way we don't have to play against Victor.
Yeah, I mean, and they're picking good things into this. If you've been lock in
hmm
Zillion Lulu, it is so hard to play
hmm
Akali into. Now, Adiodi in lane,
Right.
this is a specialty. He's got an insane number of games on this champion. So the
Yeah.
worry here is, can they manage to find this shutdown on Akali despite can they still do it despite through the experience that he has on this champion with two incredible picks into it?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I haven't seen a lot of his Akali since it's always banned, but I would just have to say, I mean, just in my solo queue games, when I have an Akali on my team and the enemy has Zillion, Ornn, Lulu, Twitch, I am not feeling good about it. So we'll have to see if maybe this time that he can make it a little different in the mid lane. And I just still don't see him doing anything into Zillion. I mean, Zillion just clears the waves, walks away, clears the waves,
Yeah,
walks away. He never gives you a chance. And then even if you do ever get on him, he has his ultimate. It's yeah, and there's the Lulu with the Twitch. So
a classic. So the devs have locked in some pretty hefty melee carries here. I almost expect them to go back to the Sejuani once again. Very powerful, I think, for their team. Maybe a little hard to play when there's so much range here coming out from ZWD. But the devs just tend to favor these heavy melee compositions anyway. So we'll see. Yep, there will be the Sejuani. I think just plays extremely well with the Pantheon, especially. You land the first stun, it just stacks up that Sejuani stun passive so quickly.
for
Looking
sure.
for the last pick here will be for the ADC. I'm not sure if they want to go with Jinx again.
Well, Jinx is banned, so this time they don't have a choice. I could see a Tristana or an Ashe because I know those are kind of Red Ranger's comfort picks, but
Yeah.
I do like the Tristana here. The only problem I have here is, like you said, they're very melee centric comp against a Lulu Zillion
Yeah.
and Ornn. I mean, playing melee into that, you jump in onto the Twitch, you get polymorphed, and then oh well, you finally almost kill the Twitch. Well, he's getting resurrected now. I we'll have to see if they can snowball enough of a lead, but I think especially the longer the game goes, the harder it will be for the devs to do anything at all in team fights.
So it's certainly on them once again. Kind of try and find these pop-off moments, and it will be the Trundle counter pick here for
Oh,
GYX. I've actually been really impressed with how GYX has been playing out these games. I think not necessarily a super high ranked jungler by any means, right? But still finding these awesome angles. And I'm not sure if it's his calls or Rob's calls, but either way, pulling off some crazy stuff in that last game.
Yeah, he definitely does play well. He plays consistently. Definitely a good pickup for ZWD just having him on the team. So we'll have to see if Joe can make anything happen especially against the Trundle and the Sejuani matchup is just yeah, we'll have to see if he can get those ults off during the Sejuani passive. I just don't see the devs being able to do anything in these team fights. It's kind of unfortunate, but I mean, we'll have to see. You know, these games are never decided early, and they're never decided in draft because the craziest stuff happens and things do not ever go to plan. So
nope, and that's what we like.
It'll definitely be interesting to watch.
I wouldn't have it any other way. We are, of course, going to get a regular old champ select here, so I'll pull it up onto screen.
Yeah, I did like how you said it was a good thing that it's a team fight meta, but in the Liga, it's always a team fight meta. There's no such thing as a split push or anything like that. It's always just group up and death ball.
I mean, that is the thing here. I would think I would have liked to see something more like Sivir or G, the devs, if they wanted to kind of go this route, but they have the ability to play 1-3-1. Zilean gonna struggle to match the Akali in side lane. Pantheon as well has that global ultimate to kind of reconvene with any kind of fight that ends up happening. But there is the worry this game where you're playing into Twitch. You can really, especially if it's raw, be anywhere on the map at any time.
Yeah, for sure. And the 1-3-1's really good when the enemy team is not very coordinated, but I've just seen so many times in the Liga where anytime that it is tried, any kind of split pushing, they just, I mean, you know, a lot of people don't really know how to pull it off. So,
yeah.
And the 3 will push into 5 and die before the side lanes can even get anything. So it's always risky, especially like you said, into an invisible ADC that can just one shot 3 people at a time pretty easily. So
that's without the double speed. They can send Twitch or any lane so quickly with this Lulu. It's gonna be so hard to keep the Trundle off of your own backline.
Oh, for sure. I think Zilean Trundle is such a good combo. I think I was actually just talking to my brother about that earlier because Trundle's weakness really is he can't get into the fight very easily. Some of the times, you know, sometimes he's just too slow, too immobile. That doesn't matter when you have a Zilean giving you 900% move speed.
Yep. Or even just double bombing you or slowing down something. Either way, Trundle's getting into the fight.
Right, exactly. Yeah, either they're slow or you're fast, so either way. And, you know, even if, you know, the Trundle's in the middle of the fight getting focused down, if he finally does almost die, once again the Zilean ult comes out. I think that these team comps that ZWD puts together, they just disgust me. They're so good and I hate it. I just know that I would not want to play against this.
To get into this pre-game lobby, we'll have to that 3-minute spectator delay, so we're gonna go to a short break here as we get loaded into the game, but stay tuned, it's game 2. There's an exciting series ahead of us. we are back with game 2. It's the Devs versus ZWD. If the Devs can make the comeback game happen, or if it'll be ZWD bringing this one to match point to get into game here. Misfortune banned out, of course, for the first time this series. 100% win rate so far, and 100% presence in pick and ban as the Devs run straight into mid to try and find something.
Yeah, they played a couple times now, looking for some aggressive level 1s, or at least posturing together. I still don't really like the whole group up level 1 thing, because you can get some bad like counter vision in your jungle without realizing it. Or like, you group as 5, and if you can't find anybody, and then you just fall back to your buff, and then their whole team's there.
Yeah.
That happens how many times in solo queue? But
I thought was
luckily,
interesting, it happened twice this game where the Devs went for this kind of 5-man. But there hasn't really been any counter vision dropped on the opposite side of the map. There is a blue ward on the Raptors. We'll be able to spot this front. But there's no red vision in this blue side jungle.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. I mean, and that's why you can kind of get away with things like that, because if they just 5-point and don't actually react, you're not really losing anything, and there's a potential to get a pick out. So I mean, I respect it. I like going for some little early aggressive weird plays that you don't see a lot.
You know what? They got the thresh.
Yeah, they got the thresh again. Looks like they're just not that scared of it, but I would be. Venom's thresh is pretty nasty.
Guessing stuff.
Yeah.
Arnold opting for the right here, so they'll absolutely see the call out the early pathing. And even though he's taking Raptors right now, Arnold can kind of do a few different things with this. You can either go straight to Gromp and then look for a bot, or you can just look for the full clear. So even though they have this ward here, all they really know is which side he's starting on. Hard to determine what this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, especially if they know that it got warded, for all we know, he's taking Wraith to go top, just to do something like or to go into the blue buff. But it looks like ZWD going for a 3 camp. Looking probably to go for an early aggressive dive on the Ornn again, it would be my guess, because it did work out pretty well last time.
The Devs kind of playing to their style, which is always play for top side. Gonna be left to their own devices here. They're playing to Twitch, which is much less of a bully lane. It is, of course, Rob's Twitch, so it is still a bully lane, but you're gonna suffer so much less compared to fighting against that miss.
Yeah, that looked rough. And I mean, honestly, Tristana's a pretty big bully, but they do have. So this is a very interesting thing. Red Ranger has exhaust for Rob, but Rob has cleanse, and Hallows Eve has exhaust, and Red Ranger does not have cleanse. So if Ranger jumps in thinking that he's going to exhaust Goblin, he will find that he is going to be the one that's exhausted, and it'll be pretty brutal. So hopefully they notice that.
Poked out here by the Lulu. Also, this isn't something I talked about yet, but I know for a fact that Venom hates playing Thresh into Lulu. So they got this counter matchup, at least to get in his head. I don't know if it's a true counter, but gonna suffer here a little bit. It's just so hard to land the hook, because if you go in, you're just getting polymorphed.
Oh yeah, and honestly, it's not really like this time they don't have the MF that's a lane bully, but Lulu is actually like such a lane bully into melee supports. Lulu can do so much damage from so far away, and you just can't really react to it. And then if you do engage, you just get polymorphed, like you said, and it can feel really rough to play into. TV going in.
Dive on top lane. I'm not sure this is the play they want. We'll get the stun underneath tower, but forces out the flash and forces out the ignite from DV.
I mean, honestly though, now once CV gets WQ up, X-Ray can just be off the map. If he really just needs to go for recall. But it looks like we actually got the regank coming instantly from Joe. We'll see if he goes for a flash Q or something, but he just says, "Nah, I'm good."
Very low here. Actually gonna get dashed in on by the Ornn.
Okay, perfect E though. Defended all of that.
Oh yeah.
Very nice.
Bottom lane, there is a turtle on this side, so GYX has done a nice response here where he's recognized the situation. Yes, knows that both these camps are available and grabs them all up. Now looking for a potential dive. Not gonna find it.
On the opposite side though, Joe did see that the wraiths were taken, and he had that timer, so now he's clearing those level 2 wraiths, which is worth much more than level 1 Krugs.
Absolutely. So interesting mind games coming out, I think, from both of these junglers. We're actually getting the regank towards top side again. I think this is actually a great time. If you can get up here. No flashless Ornn. He's pushing up. Should expect ZWD to back, and that ward is not in a good position.
Oh yeah, and he just used all of his cooldowns, so DV just needs to prep the E.
Just survive. Just survive.
Gets the sun, yeah, if he can walk it out.
Oh no.
Yeah, oh my god. Soloed by X-Ray. Hashtag, he's joining the ranks of the many who have been soloed by X-Ray's Ornn. Oh, that hook was. Oh my, that was so sad. Did you see that?
Yep, that was a get down, Mr. President moment from that minion if I've ever seen
The
one.
10 health minion. Oh, that would have probably been a kill, honestly, or at least some summoner's loan.
Can't cleanse for your Lulu one. So I think certainly would have been a whole lot of damage coming through. There's a tower.
How
Please
is
take
he
down the
fucking
shield.
up, taking some damage?
Dangerous. By the way, nice kill up here for X-Ray. I mean, being the teleport player on the tank
so
into
good.
this Pantheon certainly feels really good. Warden's fail rush coming through for the top.
Versus the serrated Dirk, so we'll see which one wins, armor or lethality.
I think I like armor in this personally.
I think I like the Warden's mail, I agree. Especially when you're playing Ornn and you just get extra stats for no reason. A lot of action, but once again, this mid lane, I mean, you look, it's ZWD in lane's signature pick. It's like what you draft him for, and he's just in a stalemate lane against a Zilean. I mean, it's just, what can you possibly do?
I mean,
He still has not actually recalled either, which is pretty interesting.
he hasn't had to burn this potion, so you can kind of tell that Nihilak's just absorbing the waves, happy to just farm out this lane. And if ADOD gets nothing done on this pick, then obviously Zilean with this Twitch is going to outscale extremely hard. So he needs to find some roam timers, needs to find some little skirmishes around objectives. Something needs to come out of this mid lane pick to make sure it's...
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is it's on Akali to get the advantage. Like, the Zilean doesn't have to get an advantage. He doesn't have to get ahead to be winning his lane. He just has to wave clear and not get too far behind on gold.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's doing a great job of that right now.
I actually like this from UIX. He opted for a Tiamat first, just because of how passive all these lanes are. I mean, you don't have anything kind of crazy going on. You can just take the Tiamat and look to farm and scale much harder than the Sejuani can, just by getting yourself a pure farm advantage. Just heavy hack, look for Skeletal Crab, gonna find Hollow's Eve and a ward. Gonna look for the engage here. That's a Pantheon ult into the bottom lane. They're gonna try and find Hollow's Eve here. They're gonna try and find something, but that ult was just a little bit too tall. EV for VP, unable to find anything, will now have to take the long walk back to top lane. Oh, flash forward.
They're looking for this dragon, it looks like, though.
Still an option they still have a play to go for here. Managed to get the flash off of Hollow's Eve. Dragon gonna get it started up here. And the devs should have this objective.
Meanwhile, Ornn's just getting plates, and they're like, okay, fine, yeah, he can get the early dragon. We scale. We will outscale you, so... I think it's pretty smart of them to not go in. I mean, it would have been pretty tempting to say, hey, teleport in, but now Trundle gets top. We'll see if Sejuani responds and takes the bot side camps, but it looks like it's just falling back into his
ADOD versus GYX. I actually don't know if he wins this one. I mean, he came in with low energy for the fight. We'll get the Shuriken flip off, but forced to ult out. Perfect execution burned here. No kills coming up. Now I'm going to go into stealth here. A nice timing on this one. That's exactly what you needed. GYX potentially looking very low here. What a ult from Nihilak. Just in range to get that one off. ADOD in lane. That one hurts. That one hurts.
Oh yeah, I'd be so mad. I'd be screaming. But that's the power of the Zilean. You show up late to the fight. Who cares? You know, you got the ult before he dies.
Press R.
So. Yeah, and he can just go at a million miles an hour. So, oh man, that was so disgusting. Just the perfect timing on that ult too. You barely even saw it. Probably took him a second to register. Like, wait, what just happened? Why don't I have 300 gold in my pocket?
Either way, the devs not able to find any more kills for this Akali. Just kind of bleeding out gold here across the lanes is, like you mentioned, some plates in the top lane for Ornn. CS differential here in the bot lane for this Twitch. We'll manage to pick up this Rift Herald, though. I don't think there's a way that ZWD can actually contest this, so that'll be a nice objective and a nice chunk of change in the pocket.
Yeah, really good objective control. And looks like DV is going for that local gold, which is pretty good to recognize that, since a lot of people don't even realize that update happened. So
gonna need the pickup here in the Ornn matchup, as falling a little bit behind here on this early pick. Not able to find anything off of these first couple ults either for these solo laners. This is the devs needing to find kills. Again, they have to find something here. It is now ADOD in lane. Coming into the bot lane, will force up the flash. They're just going to go straight on the Hollow's Eve. They'll commit everything. Can they burn her down in time before Trundle gets here? Pick up that first kill. Lantern on out. Red Ranger with the reset. Able to jump on away. GYX, though, still looking for something. Nice flay from the Thresh to keep him at bay. ADOD in lane, still looking to try and find something here. Maybe, though. Hovers around in lane. I just end up soaking the wave here and prevent this crash from just going to nothing.
All he has the ult, and Twitch has very little mana, so I wouldn't mind. Yeah, look at this. He's going for
something. Perfect execution, I think, just came up. So ADOD in lane should be able to find this one Goblin. Not going to be long for this world as the execution comes through. ADOD in lane picking up their second kill participation of the game as that First kill did not come through. Go knock you over to Red Ranger, but Red Ranger though, gotta be careful here. That could be that's a trundle pillar and a bite, punching you straight into him. Gotta be so careful. Flash unavailable, but I mean like if you pop that Tristana in the right direction out of that bush, I think that there's a world where that you could just bite her.
Especially since, you know, the reaction from the Tristana is always, oh, I'll just jump out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get hit by that pillar right in your jump, and it is depressing. Nyla going for the style points on the bombs.
Nice down there. There is now a roaming goblin on the map, so keep an eye out on this Twitch. Not gonna find anything. Nose Raptors are stolen away. And maybe just moving up to mid lane here. I'm not sure what the play is here, as Herald is down. Dragging up in 1:54. I kind of just feel like they need to go back to their lane assignments at this point.
Yeah, and Sejuani has the Herald. I'd like to see maybe a play made mid to try to get that down and free up the Akali to roam a little more and just get them a little more objective control. But
I think that'd be a great
it looks like that is what they're looking for as well, clearing the race on the way.
So they'll be able to get pushed in mid here, and they can drop the Herald mid as well to cash on some plates. But Giuseppe hacked that towards bottom lane, so maybe he's looking to get another roam off before this dragon. There is a 5-man bot lane play on the way. Be super careful here. Red Ranger dashing in very early. Here comes DV for VP as well. Knows that there's no flash available on Goblin. Can they find the second stun? They will, but not able to find the kill. It is Nihilake into the backline. Forced to flash, forced to pop the Zillion ult very early. So good exchange of summoners here for the devs. Good resources traded away, and they might now have what they need to take this dragon.
Yeah, I think that just kind of, they didn't really get much out of that fight seemingly, but it put ZWD into a position where they don't have anything for the dragon fight.
Yeah. Now I call it on the side. GYX goes so low. ADIOD in lane is so incredibly aggressive. Look at the kills. They're coming on through. Not going to go down. It is ADIOD in lane now on to Goblin. This is why you cannot give this man Akali a double kill. A 5-man play in the bottom lane. Plates cashed in. And Dragon surely going over to the devs.
All right, I'm a believer. That was great. That was exactly what we needed to see from ADIOD on this pick. Yeah. And he needed to say, hey, you better ban my Akali next game. And he just did with just coming out loud, swinging on that one.
What I like to see. I mean, we did see a triple kill from the Victor in that last game as well that didn't result in as much as I think they would have liked. But it is the devs reaping the rewards here. Whole lot of plates, whole lot of kills. And it's all going on to the right people.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're playing a team like ZWD where you are very reliant on the support and first of all, you have 3 squishy champions and you kind of rely on all of them protecting the Twitch, but Zillion can't ult a Twitch if he's getting instantly one shot by an Akali from outside, from a mile away. And Lulu, the same thing. And if they have to use those ults on themselves, then it makes it a lot easier for the Pantheon and Tristana and all the rest of the team to get onto the Twitch.
I think there's an argument to be had here where like the Zillion positioning in that fight, certainly not the best. Got himself into the middle of 4 people and then was forced to flash out and ult himself.
Yeah,
so many resources expended just to keep themselves alive, and those resources have to be going on to Goblin.
Right, and I mean, it is hard though, because you have to use it at that point, but just getting yourself into that position. ADIOD maybe getting a little too cocky though. Yeah,
I kind of thought that they would just run this dragon and get nice word roll around it, but there is now ADIOD in lane in a little bit of trouble here. X-Ray looking for something, doesn't know that there's a Twitch in the wings, has to get out of here quick. ADIOD in lane will pop into stealth, will survive for now. The Zillion Bomb's looking to suss him out, trying to track down this Akali, forced to flash out. Is now Born ultimate down. Much else
Goblin took
here.
1 tower shot and it did like a quarter of his health because it was already charged up. Pantheon coming down, they're looking to make something happen here, so they have not given this up. Ornn has no ult for this fight.
Which actually also used spray and pray. That's a nice hook by Venom. Not going to find too much damage though. Is of course the Ornn. They want to commit resource.
Anyone else? Yeah, if that would have hit pretty much anyone else in the area, then they could have gone all in on that. But
Dev's also crashing wave bot, going to force the response here. DV has fully roamed down, so they're going to get the vision control around this dragon. You sweep out this bush though, as Goblin now has a nice flank angle here on the side. Good pink ward in this bush.
Just recalled.
He'll prevent them from seeing.
No TP.
So I think they're just giving this one up. I mean, Ornn not gonna be able to make it to the fight. DV for VP though. Here he comes. Ultimate gonna land. Gonna actually block the stun. An amazing ultimate there. Wild growth comes through from Hollow's Eve, and it's huge. ADIOD in lane also TPing into this fight, but they're not gonna find anything. Everyone just TPs in and says, you know what? Let's not do this.
That was a perfectly timed Lulu ult there. That was really nice, as it actually did prevent the stun. And that was DV for VP's ult and flash there.
They're looking for
But
more
looks like
here.
they're not done.
Yeah, Ornn can't teleport down. Venom's going to be forced to flash away from this one. Turnip Builder does come down. A nice hook landing on a Nylak. David over the wall. They're looking to burst on the Zillion. Ultimate no longer available, but Ornn has also roamed down. It's going to full 5v5 skirmish here in the jungle. One quickly given on over. ZWD shut down. Goblin finding a kill on David as well. Venom now on the run here, headed for the hills. Not going to find anything but one target with that Tristana ultimate. It's not enough to disengage. GYX flashing over the wall. Look for the pillar here. It will be the execution on a Venom's EXP, and the devs overforced in the jungle, not counting the numbers here correctly, and might even be a dead red ranger here as he tries to get away from this tower.
Yeah, that TP came up right as they initiated that fight, so they might have had the timer, but just had it off by 10 seconds or so. And Pantheon was pretty far out of that fight at the beginning of it with no real resources. I think it was a little bit overforced. I'm not sure what they were going for there, but it did get Goblin back into this game. Or I mean, he already had the CS lead, but now he went from 0-2-0 to 2-2-1, which is gonna be pretty big.
A small amount of solace is that the Sejuani shutdown did end up going over to Ornn. They don't gain a whole lot in terms of like that resource going onto a carry, but they are, it's a little worrisome. You're losing those fights in the jungle. You're picking those fights as well. And despite them picking up every objective on the map so far, the devs are struggling to find consistently.
And now Ornn has the Sunfire into the very short-range team of the devs. So I mean, that Sunfire just does so much consistent damage just by standing there, and you can't really attack the Ornn because it just feels like such a waste to use anything on him. But then if you don't, you just start taking so much damage from that Sunfire.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer now just coming online for Red Rangers, so we'll have the right build in mind here to try and take down that tank. Do it twice. I mean, there's still that Zillion ult on the table, so if you try and fight front to back, it's just so risky for this.
Yeah, definitely. And then the Trundle is still an issue too. With I mean, a Trundle ulting a Sejuani is just as tanky as an Ornn. So.
Oh yeah.
Pantheon does go with the Eclipse build again this time, so we'll see if maybe he was listening to the cast last game and decides to go for that sweeper, or that Umbral.
And you're seeing the difference in this game. David definitely got that lead last game of kind of bowling out X-Ray, but X-Ray, Sunfire, Warden's Mail, plus armor boots here. Ninja Tab is what I always want to call him, but I don't right anymore.
Yeah,
Just
plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps. So lame, man.
Yeah, Ninja Tab.
Ninja Tab. That's cool.
Know.
But Ornn certainly not going to be suffering up here in this top lane anymore. They need a whole lot of help, and just if you hack in a face target Trundle here, look for the fight actually. Healing coming through. But
Trundle did not ult the passive, so if he does decide to ult here, it's going to be at least not as devastating as it could have been.
Yeah, that
was a nice try. Nice try for that.
Get out of here, though. There is an Ornn ult in this choke point. They need to be so careful. Spray and pray might be massive here. Goblin going to open up the fight. Look for the damage here. They're just bursting down the entire team of the devs. Josephi Hat goes down so quickly. Venom DXP now on the run. Red Ranger forced to jump away. They just can't find any damage right now. GYX forced out by the ultimate. DV for VP being flashed by Nylak on the other side of this fight. Adiodi in lane, not getting into this fight. Still trying to look for some kind of sneaky angle in, but just won't be able to find it as David will fall as well. 2-for-0 play here in the jungle and just getting caught out once again.
Yeah, it's kind of what our worry was, where the Akali just can't really find anything in these fights, even though they did get a lead. And the Tristana, honestly, the positioning was well, but I was kind of focusing pretty hard on in that fight, and not a whole lot of damage coming out of him. He was just kind of more focused on running away and trying to live than he was about actually doing damage, and I don't know if that's really going to do them any favors in these team fights.
Adiodi in lane may have walked too far into the jungle. Still 3 here that haven't recalled yet. Now look for the way out. There is a Thresh Lantern on the way. A little bit to pull him out of this fight, and there is now a dragon coming up, and these timers might actually be good for the devs. The ZWD has to reset right now. 51 seconds. They could try and get vision around dragon, but they can't do much else.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they should look to drop all the wards they have and also go for reset themselves so that they can actually have the reset before the dragon spawns. Because if they stay here a little too long, they're not going to be able to make it back before the devs or before ZWD can come and get a bunch of wards down themselves and have their resets and their fresh items. DV does take the little scuttle crab though, which is pretty big for objective control.
You have an Akali up here in the top lane, but there's not really a deep ward for to teleport to here. Venom looking for the recall right now. Still 3 wards though. They're not going to be able to get this flank ward down in time for the dragon to happen. This might just be them calling to give this one up, get Akali in the side lane, and start trying to force the ZWD to start splitting up.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do here on this drag. They might even just be giving it. I mean, it's two dragons to 0, so first dragon's not a huge problem. And Baron just spawned, so maybe they say, hey, let's trade. But it doesn't look like that's gonna be happening.
Yeah, it don't look like the play. It's just Sejuani straight into the top lane. They get the Herald down here and try and smash as many turrets as they can. Is a Twitch walking up to defend, so Goblin will be here to at least collect the waves of a Herald Golden experience as well.
It is a
Dragon
solo
Tank is
Twitch
very
for
slow
now,
though.
but- Yeah, they only left extra. They left their 2 tankier champions to do it, but unfortunately, no vision and no real like pressure.
Oh, teleport into into this pit. This might
Just
be the
went for
play.
Blind Dragon.
Looking for this one. Red Ranger gonna get some damage down. Flashing forward here to find some amount of damage here on the X-Ray. G/X has already burned the flash though. Gentleman forward once again with the reset. Nice look from Venom once again, and Akali coming through to pick that one up. Nice rebuttal
Very
here
nice
from
look.
the devs.
Yeah, Venom on this Thresh is just so clean. I don't know. I don't think I would be giving the Thresh up to Venom for free, but I also hate playing against Thresh, so I don't know how to dodge hooks.
Oh,
I'm a hook magnet. That was
almost.
almost.
Oh, Red
too
Ranger.
fast. He said, "If I'm taking this damage, you're taking it with me."
Oh yeah, it's
Looks like
shared.
they're
Misery is best.
They're actually starting Baron.
This is
IDOD looking for a pick.
This is insane. There is
Yeah,
no turn on the
Goblin
map, so I'm
hiding.
looking for this one. Hollow's Eve goes very low. Can Lantern out ADOD and lane, but just can't make it to the Lantern in time. The Ignite taking down. Can actually find that kill. There is Deviant on the back lane here, but so low. Ulting in with no health there. It was a desperate play from the devs, and it does not pay off. Hollow's Eve does not die. Goblin still looking healthy with double buffs, and now this Baron can be picked up by ZWD.
Oh, so rough. Because theoretically, that's kind of what you were looking for. Is the Akali goes in, Hollow's Eve and Nylac both have to burn their ults on not Goblin.
Don't know about this one. Hard committing onto Lulu. Not even gonna find Hollow's Eve. Was just sitting on flash that entire time. The Sephi hack gonna go down here surely as GYX chases down the kill. One more bite will do it. Hollow's Eve still sitting on a sliver of HP. They'll trade a mid lane tier 1 for it, but it also took 3 kills. And ZWD looking really good in this game.
Yeah, now I mean, once they get the reset off, they're really gonna have a lot of momentum here to be able to push down their own towers. And this game, I mean, honestly, the gold lead's only 3K. People have come back from much worse deficits, so they're definitely not out of the game on the side of the devs, but they're not doing themselves any favors with some of these fights. I mean, the Akali burns the Lulu ult and the Zillion ult, but the Pantheon's at like a quarter health from just doing Baron, and it was kind of unforced. Like, they didn't have to start the Baron. The ZWD still had to kind of respect as if they were starting Baron because they didn't have the vision. So really didn't have to take all that damage. And even then, at that point, jumping in is 1v5 is probably just not the right play, even though you feel like you kind of want to do something. So I definitely understand that. It's like, well, I have to make use of this situation that I've been given. But okay, nice little bush cheese.
Playing some bush bookie games. Only one more auto on that turret. I feel like they should just walk up and hit it. But there is a potential collapse now coming out from ZWD. Lulu's looking for this one. They're just going to run him down all the way from mid lane on a forced so far out. Goblin getting sped up here by the Lulu. Will they make it out? I don't know. A close call here. Red Ranger now spotted out. DV for VP going to stop the Ornn. Now going to be able to jump out, but now David's in danger. Needs to drop a shield. That's a massive shield, actually. Orange is taking up the turret for now. Goblin finds so much damage, and the cleanse does come through, but now they have the Zillion ult onto the Ornn. They can't find any kills here. X-Ray surely going to survive this one, as managing right out of the fight. Another sliver of HP, but the Zillion ult is out. Everything's been committed, though, by devs, and they just have nothing left in the tank to try and chase down any more kills.
That's just so depressing. Like, playing the team fight comp into this comp just feels so bad. Like, this is not what you want to allow to happen. This is the team comp that you're going for. But I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to to do much else, because if you don't ban if you ban the Lulu, they get the Soraka. If you can't ban it all.
Yeah.
There's a lot of supports in this game.
On top of that, like, I mean, there's so many other things to commit bans for. It managed to get rid of Gix's Fiddlesticks in that second round phase, but it left open, like you said, that Lulu. So there's just like so many different things that you want to be trying to ban out. That's a David ult somewhere. He's looking for the Zillion. You're going to force the flash on a Nylek. So I'd like that they're still looking for plays.
I do like they're looking for plays, but it seems like they're not really tracking these summoner spells very well, because every time that they're going on someone, it's someone that has all their summoners. They're never going after the people that have no flash until they have their flash back up.
Yeah.
Which, it's so important to be tracking those things and be paying attention and targeting down the people who can't just flash cleanse out, like that last fight where we saw Goblin do it. Now he doesn't have flash cleanse, but then they go after the Nightlight, who does have flash and his E, and it's just it seems like a lot of disjointed fighting and not really any big goal in mind here.
Going
But
next objective on the map here. 24 seconds. Devs can
yeah.
sneak away 2 of these. I mean, there's always that chance, but looking rougher and rougher here. They need that Mountain Soul on their side just to try and match the scaling coming out from ZWD.
Yeah, and the devs have amazing vision control right now on the bot side, but it looks like the red team or ZWD might be going through and clearing that, but they might actually be able to get caught out while clearing it. The devs are in a pretty good position here as far as, like I said, vision and just being in the area, but the ZWD is not afraid.
Dragon starting to tick away. Goblin has got no summons for this fight. This might be the one time that they have a chance. They'll have to burn through the Zillion, they'll have to burn through the Lulu. Goblin going into stealth. Warren look for the ultimate here. Giuseppe Hack actually forced out of the fight. Adionian lane is in the backline, but is polymorphed. Forced out so quickly. We managed to get the Shroud, but Giuseppe Hack on the opposite side of the fight going down. GYX did get that ultimate off and is just so dang tanky. In the backline goes Adionian lane, but just can't find any kills. We'll get one perfect execution off. That is Red Ranger going down. Red Ranger as well looking for one more kill here. Forcing Goblin back with that ultimate, but it's just not enough damage. And on the opposite side of the fight, it's been Trundle just hitting everyone. Quadra kill for GYX. They'll claim the Dragon. Soul point for ZWD, and this game is looking all but over.
Not quite soul point. This is only their second dragon.
Oh, getting a little too hype.
That fight was rough. That was, once again, it's okay. Twitch has no cooldowns or no summoner spell cooldowns, but Twitch has Hourglass. It's got a Zillion ult. It's got a Lulu ult, and it's just like, I mean, there's just so much, and you have a Kali Pantheon, you know, and
yeah,
it's just very difficult to do anything. I would say I would have liked to have seen Joe just instantly ult the Twitch instead of dashing out and then throwing the ult. The second the Twitch shows up, if he had just thrown his ult, potentially could have gone a little different, but it was just such a close fight and very hard to make those right plays when you have a Twitch just appearing out of stealth and just blasting you in the face.
Yeah, these fights are extremely hard to navigate. To be so careful of overcommitting into a Zillion ult that can happen or a Lulu ult that can happen. Looks like, I mean, with David falling behind the Ornn, they don't really have that crazy sideline advantage that maybe they're expecting this game. It is really just the Akali, kind of the one-man show here, trying to split up the side of ZWD.
Like you said, I would have loved to see a Fiora in this game instead of this Pantheon, because I mean, obviously, now we see that the Pantheon hasn't done much this game, but we did say it, even going into Champion Select, of that I think the Fiora would have been pretty nice just to be able to match these side lanes, because I think even right now the Trundle can stop him to a point where he can't really side lane at all.
Yeah.
And Akali into Ornn is it's not where you want to be as the Akali player, I don't think.
ZWD lane will look to just clear out these waves, receiving plenty of farm. I mean, you can find that pick somewhere out away from this Zillion, away from the Lulu. There is always that chance, but they're looking for the hard committal right now. Goblin goes into stealth, and David actually just can't land the stun.
And now Rob just turns around with the little fast boots on him and dares them to walk up.
Putting the legs on him. I mean, I like that. Again, I still like that the devs are looking for these plays. They're trying to find someone to catch out with this Pantheon ultimate. They just have not been successful so far. They're actually committing 4, I think, down onto Ornn here. And recognizing this, we'll see if they can clean up this kill at least to get something. Baron started up here by ZWD, and it'll go over, I think, uncontested, as Ornn even able to escape on the opposite side of the map.
It's so sad they don't even get the Ornn, but yeah, the instant Baron turn the second they saw them heading down towards that Ornn, it very well played from the side of ZWD.
Giving on over. Objective bounties! There it is.
There we go. We got the bounty from the tower. Only down 7k gold now for the side of the devs. But I mean, I agree that you do have to kind of try to look for a pick outside of the Zillion and the Lulu, but good luck. I mean, this is about as far as the Zillion and Lulu are going to get away from the Twitch the rest of this game, I think, and it just makes it so hard to be able to find any picks. And that's what I kind of don't like about these like assassin-y, picky champs. If you're relying on somebody to be caught out like you would in solo queue, it's way less likely to happen here, where everyone's in comms together and working towards a similar goal of, hey, our plan is to peel this guy. And so, you know, some of these champions that are really strong in solo queue and can help you climb are not necessarily well suited to the competitive experience that is La Liga.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, here's your options. You ult the Ornn, he's tanky, people can rotate to him. You will Nilak. He's Zillion. He'll speed up, double bomb your location on the drop in from David, and just take him down quick, or just run away quickly. You will Twitch. Lulu's with them. He'll either go into stealth and just walk out like we saw earlier, or get sped up by Lulu and walk out. There's just, I feel like there's just nothing that this comp can do into what ZWD has drafted. Their winning condition to finding these picks is just so hard this game.
Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have even minded seeing Pantheon just go like hole breaker build, just go something crazy and just say, you know what, I'm never being in these team fights. I'm gonna ult to the side lane every fight, and I'm gonna force them to match me or something, because I like you said, I don't know what he's ever gonna find in these fights. And same with the Akali to some extent. We have seen, I mean, the Akali is starting to about 200-0, but
I think he might just be dead. Yep, X-Ray gonna pick up with a Grasp Pock. They're gonna try and recontest here in the middle lane, pulling in the Lulu. Goblin going uncontested on the backside of the fight. IDOD misses the Shuriken flip. Goblin now finally cleansing out that ultimate as well. The damage is just not coming through. They just cannot commit hard enough. The teleport's also landing here. 2-man teleport into the mid lane. Nilak and X-Ray have arrived in this team fight, cleaned up 3-for-0.
Just don't have the damage to get between the to get through the 4 supports to get to the president. So kind of rough being on the side of the devs. I mean, it's just demoralizing to play these fights out. I'm sure to, you know, even if you have the numbers advantage and you say like, okay, they have 2 bot, and then okay, well now there's a teleport. They're stalling out so long. I mean, these fights, that's the one big advantage. They can stall out these fights for so long.
Eyes on the Nexus here. IDOD in lane, looking for the fight on the side. Gonna go Golden, but not gonna be able to do much here. Shroud gonna keep him alive for just a second longer. Shuriken flips out, but still goes down. Goblin goes godlike. DV for VP into the back lane, just looking for literally anything, but just cannot find it. Red Ranger getting soloed down here by Ornn. Put him on the list. That's another one. X-Ray finds the kill. All but a solo kill as Aloise snipes it in the end. But
Aloise steals it, but we know that he was
another game given on over here. The devs backs against the wall. We'll see what they can do in game 3 here. We'll go to a short break as we get set up, but stay tuned. Could be the reverse sweep, could be the 3-0. See what happens here in game number 3.
Let's go.
we're getting into draft number 3, game number 3 here in the winners quarterfinals. The Devs versus ZWD. 2-0 so far in favor of ZWD, but they're back here on red side. The Devs taking over that blue side. We'll see if the bans will change up here, but historically been an MF ban third. Not allowed to be drafted here in the series, unless, of course, you're Rob on that blue side of game 1. I'm Slopan, joined again by my hot mid laner, my hot daddy. We're breaking this action down one more time, or what could be the very last time. The Devs needing to get this win here.
Yeah, let's hope they keep it going and they haven't broken. I mean, if they got the Trundle pick. I mean, it looks like they're still trying to strategize, they're in it to win it.
Oh yeah, Trundle gonna be massive here. Sniping that one away. They're finally getting just heavy hack on something that isn't a tank. First game that's not on ZWD this series. And as well, ZWD has been locking in the Ornn every single game. You're almost guaranteed to get that pickup again from them if they end up going for it once again. As if they don't pick it here, I imagine it gets picked up by DV.
So what kind of comp do you think the Devs need to, I mean, what do they need to change up here? Or are they just making a few mistakes that are just, starting to pile up and cause them to lose, and that it's not really their comp?
I mean, I think, again, it will come down to that Pantheon and top lane. I just don't want to see it again. I want to see something like Maokai. I think Maokai could be really good here. They're currently hovering the Zillion. They could snipe this one away and put it on Venom. But I mean, they have the opportunity to go for something like the Fiora, right? They have these picks. I know that David can play these picks, but they're opting instead for global pressure with that Pantheon. They have to go for it one more time here, but it did not look good against Twitch last game, as he was just able to kind of stealth away and get away from those.
Yeah, and then we also did get to see in lane that it was the other way around where, Pantheon got behind early and he just could not do anything after that in lane.
Going for some pretty crazy scaling here on the Devs. Trundle locked in will snipe away those stats from Ornn. And then with the Jinx as well, if you can just burst down that early frontliner with the negative resistances that Trundle will give them, Jinx will get excited pretty early on in a fight. So I like the look so far. Sealing away the Zillia that they knew was a problem in that last game. We'll see what they can do against ZWD.
Let's see here. Who do they pick? 3 seconds.
Oh, there it is. I think this isn't the first time Twisted Fate's been left open, but with the Zillion being picked away, now it's going to go to their signature pick here on the Twisted Fate. Another one of these kind of, I mean, I won't want to say that this is a weak side mid laner, but it's definitely meant to enhance your team more than it is to help you just dominate the lane.
I mean, Nihilix's gotten this through a few times through the different seasons, and it's definitely becomes a weak side thing, but man, he can make a really big impact. And for this specific team that he's on this season, they're more than happy to have him.
Oh yeah.
All bottom and just finish it up.
Just old bot, over and over. Just keep ulting bot. See if they can do it again here.
Exactly.
There is, as well, this game. I mean, you could lock David the Shen and have him match that Twisted Fate as much as possible. So certainly a decent possibility here. When the Ornn drops the ult or Twisted Fate drops the ult, or you see Twitch coming out of stealth, you can just pop in with the Shen and try and even out those numbers. Double support bans here, though. So Soraka Lulu banned out. I imagine we're actually going to get a Yuumi game here. Kind of feeling it. I mean, there is, I think, a few bruisers that UIX could play that could pair with it, as well as Twitch already being good with the Yuumi. We've been seeing it picked up at World, so it isn't entirely out yet. Even though it's kind of down and out in solo queue, I think as a competitive pick, Yuumi is still extremely viable.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's going with Janna instead. So that's still some good disengage. Not bad with Twitch at all, but definitely not what we were thinking. I was definitely thinking Invis Yuumi is really annoying.
Yeah, so Janna will be locked in here unless it's some sneaky jungle Janna pick, which I'm not saying is out of the realm of possibilities. Will be last pick jungle actually here for ZWD. I think a pretty interesting route to go. But certainly plays into their style here, where they just want to make sure that Ornn and Twisted Fate are helping to support the team as much as possible.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen Trundle picked Pid and Viego, so it probably is Janna Jungle, actually.
He's out of picks. That's his entire champion pool. I mean, I'm not sure like what would be like the next thing they'd go to. This is actually, I think, an interesting pickup. Kindred. So it's actually the devs that are moving into this anti-dive style. Could be massive here, especially with the Swain, who can just continuously channel the ult the longer the fight goes, right? He'll just drain out everyone. Kindred as well, providing that zone for Jinx to kind of line up a rocket onto. And then as soon as you come out of that ult as well, Zillion's there. Just whatever target you're trying to focus down, ult him again. So many revives available here for the devs.
Sure, and this is actually very interesting because we got Nocturne on ZWD, obviously super strong engage, but again, the Kindred might be able to negate that. But what's going to be interesting is the Kindred trying to get her marks, and we'll just see if, we'll see how good he is with Kindred, because if you start to not be able to get your marks on the enemy side, we know Hollow's Eve is great at warding, and warding in places where you've now used 2 lenses and there's still a ward, in your backside. Yeah, so that should be interesting. I like it.
Turning up here in drafts as players lock in again. The devs backs against the wall here need this win really badly. They've locked a very different style of composition here, knocking Addy off the carries, and they're putting him on the Swain, trying to sustain through these fights and mid-game carry to get this Jinx online and available for Red.
Hey, I know somebody who's already gotten a Penta on Swain this season. So
wow.
It's definitely a great champ that can, especially with Kindred, just start draining everybody's health on the enemy side. Yeah. I really like that comp, actually. I feel like Kindred might be the weak link, but can also be the other thing, which would be the just that linchpin that helps the devs turn this series around.
You know what? If you're losing out to Rob's damage, you know what beats a single 80 carries damage? 280 carries, baby. That's the play. Devs here, of course, with the latency comp. Sometimes a little bit risky to run, but also having this Kindred ult into a Nocturne can feel really good. If Nocturne's trying to dive in and eliminate a target, if you just stay in the zone, supposed to do once he gets there.
Yeah, it makes it just a lot more difficult. I would love to see some big brain Janna ults.
Oh yeah.
that could be really gross and also clip worthy. So very excited to see exactly how this game starts evolving.
Yeah, Janna's get a bad rap for playing super passive, but I think Hollow's Eve this series isn't anything but passive.
Mm-hmm.
That first game on Soraka, you kind of have to play a little further back from everyone, but at least in lane, playing so aggressively, landing constant Qs, and just poking out Red Ranger in lane. It's just really well played. Boards have been great this game from Hollow's Eve. So much from this bottom lane is just massive percentage of the resources going down here, but they're making it worth it.
Yeah, for sure. It's been every single the last 2 games have been very consistent support. Just great wards. Because you start watching videos, and you see, oh, that's where I should be warding.
Oh yeah.
But then everybody's seen those videos. So you start placing wards in other places, and they're still optimal spots where you can put them and just get lots of knowledge, lots of info. So
I think the devs, I like that they're playing a new style this game. They're not kind of over-forcing on the Pantheon one more time. Anything too crazy in draft here. This is still a fairly simple condition with a very clear win condition and getting this Jinx and head, and then trying to just avoid the dive that'll come out through these ZWD solo laners.
Yeah, I'm excited. I really just see a lot of stuff, aggression. I see a lot of aggression, a lot of engage, surprise, Ornn,
And heck,
I can see that one coming.
You and I have played against the devs when their backs were against the wall, up one game, late game scenarios, and they've made the comebacks happen. So certainly not out of the realm of possibilities. It is La Liga. Anything can happen here as we get into game 3. We'll be going to a short break while we wait at the spectator delay. Please stay tuned as we have what could be the last game of this series on the table. Very next match. Right back. We are here in game 3. We're in the best of 5, so the devs up 2-0. Or sorry, down 2-0. Need this victory here and now to make sure they can get something in this series and try and fight their way back, or claw their way back into the series with that potential reverse sweep. Early ward spotted out here by David. It actually is the Trundle top as they flex that with the Kindred jungle. Be able to clear out this ward, and actually no one brought a sweeper, so they really can't get this ward. Just ZWD hack, maybe looking over the wall for something cheeky, but drop the ward and I think walk out.
Okay, so he might go pick up Lens now.
The timing won't work out though. I mean, the ward's here, and even if they come back with that Lens, they'll be on cooldown before the buff spawns. So either you give up your early buff, and I don't know, it's just not worth it. That's my opinion. Maybe solo laners will say like, "Hey, fuck your jungle." Oh wait, sorry, I don't think I can swear on stream. Out here again, like the same storied pool starts for both these junglers, looking in the top side and pathing down towards bot. Got Red Ranger and Venom on some same but different signature picks here in the bottom. ZWD has brought out the swing before to some success, so we'll see what they can do this game. Hollow Zeep taking some early damage with the tornado back and cash in again on that spell thief as Venom does this.
Yeah, Hollow Zeep's not scared. Hollow Zeep's got the frickin' the perfect escape.
You can play a fun little game here of count the signature picks. You got Ornn, Twisted Fate, and then Twitch and Janna versus, I'd honestly just say Jinx here for their side. So
yeah, that's it.
Just ZWD hack, I think, just ran into that jungle and then didn't actually do anything. I'm not sure what the invade was looking for there. Maybe thought that the Nocturne had started bot side. Won't actually find anything in that side of the jungle and just put themselves behind a full camp.
I think he did that because of the ward. So they warded and then thinking, okay, now Kindred won't invade. So that was the thought process. Just that he's thinking, okay, clearly he started blue, but unfortunately that's not the case.
So not going to be able to avoid this invade unbeknownst to himself. But now in their own jungle, they see where the Nocturne has started because they kind of have this implied information off this ward, and they'll actually maybe even see Nocturne now. Good early wards out from the side of the devs. Try and spot out this jungler. They're kind of always playing for something level 1 or some kind of vision, so I always like that from.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first 8 minutes of the game can really not only help your mental if you're starting to get a lead. Oh man, EV is taking painful trade, but he doesn't care.
Want to get something back? Ooh, some nice pillar mind games there for both these top laners. Davey, of course, knows how Ornn works and able to dodge away from his own pillar before Ornn gets a smackdown. Grass for grass proc up here in the top lane. It's gonna be a bit of a slugfest. Red Ranger and Venom though, this time banning out both the Lulu and the Soraka. Oh, David actually in a whole lot of danger here. Might just go down. Forced to flash out already. X-Ray just needs a pillar to follow this one up and can clean up the kill. Gonna flash on himself. And there it is. Another solo bolo for X-Ray Zorn.
Bolo. See, and that's why X-Ray just hit Diamond 4 today. Wait. Man. The Ornn just really gives you a lot of forgiveness, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
You can make tiny mistakes, and also you can take advantage of just small little trades. I mean, just started chunking Trundle. And speaking of chunking,
hurts.
I don't know how comfortable Addy is on Swain. Getting a little too close for the grasp, in my personal opinion, just because you're letting TF, just basically trade with you if you're getting too close there, and then missing it. That's really painful, and he's in a bad spot. Of course, he knows that the jungle's Nocturne, so he doesn't really have to worry about any crazy ganks. But I say that as GYX might be, depending on how Nilik pushes the lane, might be trying to make a gank mid.
I mean, he got a massive EXP advantage by going top lane. Now full 2 levels up over Giuseppe Hack already in this game. Giuseppe Hack finally picking up that last camp to hit level 4. They're not too far behind, but with that added EXP from top lane, GYX will hit level 6 at a very surprisingly early timer. Then you watch out for this. Twisted Fate also out this 5:30 timer. Should be hitting 6 here in just a second. They'll have the double globals online at I think approximately the same time. That's something to watch out for though. Nyla getting shoved in here. We'll have to take it back before they can look for any ult.
Right. So that's kind of good. And also what's really good here is maybe Nihilix's not respecting the amount of...
Hollow's Eve getting snared up, getting stunned up, forced to flash out there, burning the ignite. And now Goblin's in a 2v1. I feel like they should just turn on that. Goblin though, scaring him off. And you know, it is Halloween, so Hollow's Eve and Goblin, certainly a dastardly scary volley.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, they're doing the opposite of what you and I do sometimes, which is see somebody at 30% health and just use all your resources on them. So this is probably smart, like no sums. I mean, you got Ignite down, but Red Ranger still has the sums up. No flash on Hollow's Eve, so they can still do something here. But we are level 6 on GYX now.
And that's level 6 Nocturne. Yeah, level 6 Nocturne and level 6 Twisted Fate. And they just showed Kindred top at level 4. They know they can take this dragon with almost no consequence.
Yeah.
I will say the one thing I'm not a fan of here is that GYX still hasn't backed. And I know that he's managed to rush level 6 pretty quickly. But at this point, you'd like almost... Oh, what a pillar here from David for VP for VP. Will get the reward of trading onto this Condor, or onto this horn quite a bit. But a nice stop. Didn't even break the pillar with that dash. Orin roaming into the jungle here to try and protect this red buff. And honestly, this is level 4 versus level 6. Twisted Fate can get up here really quickly too, and Nocturne might even be on the way as well. Twisted Fate ult into the fight, will land on the opposite side of this wall. Giuseppe Hack looking for the way out, and they find it. Pillar taken away, looking for the kill on Annihilate. David for VP ulting actually the Twisted Fate here. Swain now roaming up, there's a Nocturne on the way as well. Nocturne has no items, but I don't think it'll matter. They have the numbers. Nocturne now dashing into the fight.
6.
Will it happen? Swain here at level 6, looking to get something back. It has to be the hero play coming from Audio Dane landing. He's actually going to pull this one off. 2 kills go over. Gonna find the kill on the X-Ray here. GYX just forced to run, and this is why you have to back when you're playing the Nocturne, or any jungle for that matter. You can't stay on the map this long without buying. No resources available, and that first ult, not exactly wasted because he got a kill off of it, but man, it doesn't feel great to lose out on the trade. 2 for 3 there in the jungle. Or 2 for 1.
Great job on Swain. You know, following, having the wave in a right spot. And also, even if you don't, you know, because it wasn't in the perfect spot, but just sack the thing and, you know, support your kindred. You honestly have to do that, especially when Giuseppe's so far behind in levels and everything. You're going to have to support any type of invade.
X has done a great job this game. Early game pathing, I mean, again, I'm still not exactly a fan of not backing, but he played not backing optimally, if that makes sense. He was out on the map for so long. He took a dragon. He recognized Kindred was top lane and stole away a camp. So like so much going well here for GYX on the.
Right. It's like if you're going to do it, then do it that way, but don't do it.
Please don't do it.
Just go back.
Just recall and buy items, please. It'll be so much stronger and you'll clear camps faster, I swear.
And see, so I was kind of thinking that too. So since he didn't back before Drake, once Drake was triggered, and that's why Giuseppe went for the mark, was seeing, oh, Drake's taken, so now I can go get a free mark.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen because he still didn't go back. But yeah, you don't want to see no items on your bar-fed Nocturne.
Really can't clear the bottom lane. Giuseppe Hack coming on down. No Nightmare ult available. Oziv getting engaged on, but is able to just walk out. Harder to trade out this way, but David on the top lane just drops the ult on the Ori and just goes ham. And now Goblin trying to kite out of this fight. Goes a little bit too aggressive, going to be forced to flash over the traps. GYX is now here in the backline and has ult in just a second. Giuseppe Hack, nice ultimate to stay alive for now. Orin is teleporting into this bottom lane as well, though. Now going to drop it on Giuseppe Hack, trying to kite out. Zaylan ult comes out, going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. That's actually GYX's ult used as well. Giuseppe Hack now getting stunned up by Twisted Fate, just getting completely bullied this game. X-Ray dashing in into Adi OD in lane, who's now hitting 3 targets. So this is exactly what you want as Swain flashing forward to find even more. They'll get everything. Goblin on the way out. A few more autos will do it. Not able to find it. One more auto, but everything goes wide and they just cannot finish the kill.
But who cares? That was great. That's what they needed for bot lane. Just get them some pressure off of Red Ranger and Venom. I don't know if it was intentional for Giuseppe to jump out of his own ult. Probably not, but it was outstanding bait because it made Nocturne turn right back in, and Zillion was able to ult. And yeah, I mean, Addy did exactly what you want, which is and they had just burned Goblin's flash, right?
Yeah.
So it was just perfect to just keep pushing that no sums advantage. Hollow's Eve still didn't have flash up. So I don't know how close they're keeping track of the summoner spell timers, but that was a great fight.
On stacks, maybe IDOD grabbing a few more bits of HP here off of Hollow's Eve in the mid lane. Now teleporting back in the Trundle. I mean, Herald could be started up. I'm not sure if they managed to sift this one out. Hollow's Eve looking for a potential engage actually onto IDOD in lane. Not sure if they want the smoke though. Start off this trade, but
Swain doesn't have ult yet, but it is almost up.
They don't have a lot of damage between these two, so it is now being spotted out by David that this Herald play is happening. But can they get the Swain down here in time? There's two in mid lane that can rotate on over. They know they can't get numbers, they'll just disengage. X will pick up the Herald, and of course, expecting to see this one get thrown down bot lane just to get Roblin some more plates there on the Twitch. Signature pick up here in the bottom lane. Playing very safe underneath the tower, knows that the crash is coming. See if Red Ranger and Venom can benefit. Try and grab a plate or two while Hollow's Eve is roaming, but I mean, we'll work out pretty nicely.
Yeah, they've lost track of where Hollow's Eve is now, so could have gone from mid to bot, and they might be concerned that maybe Nocturne's, they're just trying to make a play on them, but now they're getting up on that tower.
Go for it. Lance Book actually and go for the full disengage. Yeah. I think it's a smart play here. They know that Nocturne ult's coming off cooldown. Not going to get too aggressive here in the bottom lane.
And they were pinging the Drake.
Oh, David for DD wants his plate. Then there was the demolished Brock just hovering the turret. Gonna get it though. Hollow's Eve now looking to clear out some vision. Lots of pings towards this dragon, like you mentioned. No teleports available for either top laner, so they'd like to have either of these players in this fight. It's gonna be really hard to navigate either of them down here. Seems like now they can really get a huge advantage here. Herald is just gonna get slapped down there in bottom lane to provide some distraction here as Nocturne moves towards the dragon. Twisted Fate also hovering here. They got all the ults available for both these teams. See what comes of this dragon fight as Kindred down to the bottom lane. Clearing out the Herald, just going straight onto Goblin. I'm not sure if this is the play. They might be able to pull this one off, though. Look at the damage coming through. Still has the ult as well. Gonna finally pull this one off. Rocket going a little bit wide, though, on the Twitch. Not able to find the kill. Nocturne out ulting in the bottom lane. We'll still have the secondary invincibility ultimate coming out. Gonna prevent the kill from coming through. But Nylak has arrived in this fight. Red Ranger now has to disengage quickly. Nice W, giving it speed up. Almost dodges out. No, Nylak actually connects with the wild cards. And in the top lane, it's another solo kill. IDOD in lane has finally arrived at the fight, though. This has been the carry of the series so far. Finds another kill, goes on a killing spree. IDOD in lane once again arriving just in time to salvage the play for the devs.
That is so unfortunate for Red Ranger to die there. Feels a little bad.
Very sidesteppable ability, too.
Okay, they're going to try to re-engage this now that Swain doesn't have ult.
Okay,
they're not. They're just trying to farm.
Hollow's Eve might just go down here. Do they have the damage? Shield does come out. IDOD in lane!
Yes,
picks it up.
Does.
The duo mages here in the bottom lane just will have enough CC to combo down that squishy support. A nice extra pickup here. Cashing in here for Swain.
Yeah, this is really good, and I am sure that the devs are tired at this point. A little drained from losing the past two games, but now look at this. They're in a very comfortable spot. Still even in gold somehow. Where am I? Let's see. I guess it is just one kill up, so. And then also there is a farm differential actually in the jungle. That's where it is. Okay.
So I'm checking right now. Justificac does have 3 stacks on the Kindred. I believe 4 is the spike.
Yes.
Yep. So just needs 1 more to really come online as a secondary carry. But right now it's just all IDOD in lane, carrying so much damage in these fights. There are pings in the top lane though. What will happen of this fight? No ultimate available for either of these laners. I think David just walks out of this one.
Yeah, and there's 3 top now.
10 more men, says David. Oh, he's face checking the bush. That's a stun to the face. A nice Fear will also land, drives them back towards the Ornn. Unfortunately, not calculating the numbers here, and will just get taken out as on the opposite of the map. Able to take down the first turret of the game. Roblin picking up even more gold.
You know, I just hate to hate on people, but you know, David, I would think he would kind of look at the mini map and see like there's people off map right now on the enemy side. I need to not just space check a bush, but you know, that's unfortunate. We all do it. Maybe not you, but
looking
I do.
for the slow here. Goblin almost got stunned by that double bomb. Halsey forced to drop the ult. Now gets snared up themselves.
Oh.
So much damage coming through, but will it be enough?
Wow.
A nice, another snare. ZWD in lane pulls it off again. Now looking for Goblin here. Might be getting a little bit too aggressive here. Has a Swain ult though. Has the Zilean ult ticking. Able to escape now. Ornn ult coming on through. Can they find Nihilak on the side as well? Venom flashing forward. May have been too aggressive though. This is hubris. Will be the shutdown going over to Nocturne. Flashing forward from GYX looking for some more damage here. Giuseppe has arrived to the fight. Can they find any more damage? They have to turn this fight around quickly. GYX on the side. Not going to go down just yet, but here comes Red Ranger from the side, looking for the rockets, looking to get excited. We'll be able to turn this one around. Venom finds the kill with the Ignite, taking him down. Red Ranger flashing wildly at the Ornn, but will not be able to find any more damage. And now the fight turned around here. All in all, I think a 2-for-2 here in the jungle.
You love to see it. I mean, we got an underdog right now, a very clear underdog, and I am so excited on these fights. Great job by Addy again, just focusing the right targets. But wow, that Zilean ult must have surprised both Rob and myself because I did not see it coming, and it seemed like neither did Rob. That was an outstanding timing to, you know, just the very last half millisecond.
Using it to bait out just Goblin on, I think, just staying in the fight a little too long, maybe just not expecting to come on over the wall. Also a nice bait play. They had the pink ward in that bush, and that's how they knew that Goblin was over the wall, because he was auto-attacking the ward. Didn't expect the snare to come through, didn't expect the damage to come through, but all in all, flashes burned here in the bottom lane. Certainly hurts the Twitch a little bit, as they have even more options now to try and get this engage off.
Yeah, things are looking up for devs. I'd be feeling really good right now about the state of the game.
I mean, a little bit worse, though.
Uh-oh.
Ghosting forward. Nihilak just going to land the gold card.
Sign.
There is a Nocturne coming. Teleport going to start getting channeled here. Nihilak still with Ghost, able to kite out fairly quickly here. Another gold card would land, but here comes the Trundle Pillar. That'll be plenty enough. A shutdown to ZWD in lane, and they're looking to chase for more. Trundle looking to get this next pillar off. Venom has the bombs actually available. They blocked by the spell shield, but they just have too much damage. There's too many slows, too much CC. The rocket will claim it. Shut down for Red Ranger, baby. There he is, now sprinting back to mid lane to collect this wave and stop Goblin from taking another turret.
Well done by the devs there. Again, I mean, that looked really bad for Addy. And what a great TP by David. You know, gotta give it where it's due. And that was just a great save. Just being aware of the map.
It's the they almost got the stop there. That would have been massive. But I think David certainly showing his Shen colors a little bit. Whenever he's teleporting somewhere, it's good. Oh, Red Ranger though, here comes the Pacific. You can never be further than underneath your own tower, and sometimes that's not even safe. I like teleports in to claim the kill.
And you know, again, I don't know how much Rob is big braining those like timed looks, but man, just great reaction time by Nihilak to get in there and lock Red Ranger down.
3 members in this red side jungle. Goblin all the way forward here. Oh, they're collecting from portals. Giuseppe Hack has to get out of here quickly. Drops the Lamb's Respite to stay alive just a little bit longer, but there's 4 members here. Not long for this world, indeed. Zilean ult also going to delay the timer here. It'll stop him from going back, but I don't think the damage is going to come through. Oh, might be able to actually get away. GVX is overcommitting here. Going a little bit too far. Collects the Nocturne. Kindred Zilean has arrived, and my god, is it disgusting.
5 stacks on Kindred now.
Gotta feel good. Giuseppe Hack making the comeback work happen here. I mean, this pick definitely scales extremely hard with the double ability to just go invincible and sustain through a fight. David, you're looking for a red buff, looking a little cheeky. Will be forced out here as Goblin and Halaziv are in the roam up. Is a dragon on the table though, and I like trying to do what they can to force Kindred off its objective, but Venom has arrived. Swain is on the way, and he just cannot stick around.
Yep, and we got Swain there. And also, Addy's done a really great job with the eyes, just harassing, getting vision on Rob, getting stacks.
Addy don't care.
Right, 34 stacks now. That's really good.
I actually respect the Giga Chadness of just tanking the full Twisted Fate combo just so you can continue autoing. He just did not care. That was blue card too for maximum damage, and Addy OD, maximum disrespect there.
You're right. Yeah, that was definitely a send more vibe.
I mean, this is the problem of this kind of composition. You're really relying so heavily on this Twitch. Twisted Fate doesn't bring a whole lot of damage, mostly just looking for a gold card pick to set up a fight. Only has the Blade of the Ruined King online so far. I mean, I feel like at this point in the game, if Oran's in the middle of 5, he's probably doing more damage than that Twitch.
Right.
They're looking to scale up here. Swain, though, 7 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out NATO Town. Come on, man, give me something.
I know, right? So it looks. I'm just trying to figure out where exactly they're looking to make a play next. If they're most likely just gonna wait for Drake to or they'll do that. I mean that's.
Oh, not coming out. Nothing happening though. Like these fixie pop. Oh, David looking so aggressive here on the X right. Nylek is on the way up though and is forced to disengage now. As well, the damage isn't much. It's still a 2 versus 1. You are not winning that when you're behind on Trundle.
Yeah,
Ranger
and
walks too
he's
far
playing it
forward.
smart.
Forced out. Might need the Zillion ult to be committed here. The burn not gonna be enough to take him down though. So I actually respect Venom so hard for not just burning the ult immediately. You see two sides.
I'm also respecting David for not all-inning this Ornn right now,
Oh, yeah.
even after TF ulted, because after the TF ult, it just gets super tempting to kind of all-in this guy.
Dropping the Herald in mid lane, gonna try and force down this tower. It looks like ADOD is so tanky right now. So hard for this team to take down Goblin underneath the turret, but cannot defend against the charge against the half-health tower. ADOD will claim this one just with the sheer presence of this.
And he is going in, and he does not have stopwatch yet, which is which just again he's not worried.
Oh, pulling in the Twitch. Goblin getting chunked out here a little bit by ADOD in lane, but I mean he's playing very aggressive right now. Still has to be a little bit worried about the Nocturnal. Still has to be worried about the Ornn ult coming back online. It could get hard engaged on, and they just don't really have a whole lot of responses, especially when you're only with 3 right now here in the middle lane. Is it?
Yeah, I think what he's. No, sorry, go ahead.
I just think the Nocturne is recalling, and they don't really see that. So Nocturne coming out of base here can't just drop the paranoia and look for the full engage.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they realize that Nocturne, if he does ult, that he's got to go after one of them. Most likely, it's going to be the Jinx, and so Addy can kind of play a little up. That's all I can figure from the positioning there.
If Addy, he's got the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. If he can just pop the ult and just stop everyone from getting to the Jinx, Nocturne versus Zillion Jinx does not go well for Nocturne.
Right. And then still, Swain, essentially, you set yourself up for Swain to collapse on you.
Oh yeah, it hurts. No front line really outside of this Ornn. And Swain doesn't care much about getting CC'd. As long as he's on your carries and they're getting slowed, he's happy.
Okay, and also look at this now. Kindred is 2 levels above Nocturne. This is quite the turn in the jungle.
A glow up here from Giuseppe Hack. I mean, they started out really bad there in the other game. Level 3 to level 5, I think, on the Kindred at one point. But able to climb it back, able to get these shutdowns, able to get the levels, and still continuing to scale here on this secondary ADC for the side of the devs.
And like you said, 2 games ago, a little bit of a lull. The Drake is coming up in 45 seconds. It looks like everybody's gonna have everything up. Summoners, maybe not the flashes on the side of the devs.
Oh, here it comes. He taunted the rat, and now the team has arrived. So much damage. It doesn't matter that it's these low damage carries. That's 4 versus 1. The flash gonna be burned, and the dragon in 24 seconds now gonna be the target for this team. As actually, I'm wrong. They're turning their eyes to Baron.
Yeah, they're going to Baron, and little cheeky. I guess the logic is, you know what? It's not Soul.
I feel like
So
Hallows gonna have to burn ult here actually, just to keep GYX alive. Yeah. So
Yeah,
no.
which
Oh,
that's-
it actually gets interrupted. So GYX is gonna take a whole lot of damage off this, but the devs are unaware. They're going to Dragon instead. Might just throw the Jinx Rocket. That's one for fun. Here it comes. Will it be the steal? Oh my god, they actually get a kill! Secure 1. You'll take those. I mean, that's not bad. Remy forcing the teleport out of X-Ray as well.
David's pushing.
Baron Recall's now coming through. X-Ray's going to look for the kill here on a David. I mean, probably going to drop the ultimate. I'd imagine they could try and chase this one down if they wanted to, but no, Nocturne's dead. David finding an inhibitor tower here in this game as the devs find Soul Point trading for the Baron.
That was not bad, and that was not what ZWD was planning. Baron just making a great play for the devs by knocking up Hollow's teeth in the middle of the ult.
It's actually such a funny series of unfortunate events because, like, they could have had anyone else tanking that Baron. Hollow's Eve got knocked up by that middle of the ult, which kept the Nocturne incredibly low. But now there's another engage here happening. ADOD might be caught out. Venom going to try and keep him alive. Will get stunned up himself, though. Lots of snares coming through from this Twisted Fate. Oh no, the fail flasher for the wall as well. No. It hurts. You hate to see it. Gonna get completely murdered out here. ADOD in lane actually committed ultimate to this and now has to run. Here comes all the globals to collapse. DV for VP, meanwhile, in the top lane, looking for an inhibitor and will force these members back. But in the end, that's a massive tempo loss for the devs.
Yeah, we still got David saying, I don't give a friend. I'm gonna take your base if you're gonna, all in my mid laner. And then he's like, by the way.
Giga Chad DV like, for VP.
By the way, I'm Diamond.
There it is. I mean, I like it. This is what DV, I feel like, needed to do. I mean, he's splitting up the team. They couldn't really get anything off of that play because that turret was already down. So by some intelligent split pushing in this game, able to find a tower, able to find an inhibitor, that's going to open up the map for the devs a little bit and allow, hopefully, some of these carriers to be out in side lanes a little bit safer. But there is Nihilite collapsing right now in this Jinx. I'm a little worried for Red Ranger. Oh, Flash.
Okay.
Well, damage coming through. Jinx gonna get bursted out here. I mean, Nocturne can ult into this fight in just a little bit. Stun card cooldown is disgusting. What is that? Nihilite just walks in and flashes over some traps to kill a Jinx. ADOD in lane actually gonna get engaged on here underneath the tower. It doesn't have Zhonya's. It's gonna go down so quick. Just tried to flash the wall to get the ult down, but it's too little, too late. And the devs are just crumbling apart here. They have to get back to the States. They have to get some form of just any kind of stall to what to what ZWD is doing to their base right now. As the Baron buff is online, they're just finding pick after pick to continue to choke out the devs.
So this is interesting. So Addy went with chains instead of Zhonya's, and that, I'm guessing the logic is Riley's and, just being able to stay on your target and then Twitch not being able to really do any damage to you. Doesn't seem like it's really working out compared to when normally you would take Zhonya's, and it just lets your team kind of
collapse on you.
Yeah,
it'll buy everyone more time to get one of these defensive ultimates on. Because either the Zillion will get there or the Kindred will get there. Yeah, I think I would like to see Zhonya's. I see the logic, though. I mean, if the straight-up team fight happens, and you have Anathema's Chains on the only person who can deal damage to you, a 30% damage reduction certainly is going to feel really good on Swain.
Right. And we do have a little bit of anti-heal coming out on ZWD. Gonna hurt Swain a little bit, but...
DV for VP has heard the call, man. He's got Hullbreaker online. He says, I recognize what I'm doing this game. Good luck diving my team. They have got Zillion ult, they've got Kindred ult. Please stop picking them off, though. Not cool,
he's basically... It's still a 5v... Okay.
Forcing the flash. Don't get too over aggressive here, though. They do have those global ultimates that can come online. Definitely hacking a steal with the Raptors. Interested to see that they didn't end up going towards that top side, but I mean, I think they just want to try and split up the map here. David collapsing on this tower. There's so many picks mid, but they have nothing to pressure. David will take the turret, but now it's in the 3 versus 1. Certainly going to go down here without any kind of trade coming through. JYX goes a little bit low, but don't think it'll be enough. So much crowd control. Going to try and flash for it. He'll actually get one back. Wow. That's absolutely insane. Josefiak now diving forward. Drops the Lamb's Respite after a little bit of over-aggression on that dive. X-Ray has arrived to the fight. We'll look for the Orin Ultimate on the back line. Not going to find too much here. Goblin opening up with the spray and pray. ADOD in lane, focusing hard here onto this Twitch. Can he solo him out? He just can't do it. X-Ray now dashing onto the Swain. Now going to try and bring out the Zillion ult to try and bring it back alive, but just will get picked off himself. Venom falling there in that fight. They just cannot find the damage on the right targets. Goblin actually with Ghost here, looking for a little bit more. Will get slowed up by the Swain. Not going to find anything else. The crowd control does not come through, and Swain will go down. This turret incredibly low. I think even a few autos away here. Goblin might just walk up to this one. They're just going to full commit. There is some super minions in the base, though, that they might be able to just look to stop these back timers. Nocturne is available and online to try and clear out the minions. They can't stop Dave from getting this.
Low.
If they can stop these back timers with eyes, there's a small chance that David will go for this teleport. They do have the gates coming out here. X-Ray going to go over the wall with Hollow's Eve. And they find any kind of pick angle here. They need to be really, really careful. One death spell's disaster for this team. David charging fearlessly forward against 3. Dragon is here. I mean, if they get this as well, it is X-Tech Soul, which would be massive for their team. So Sappy Hack over the wall, looking to get some damage onto the Dragon, but it's a 4 versus 5. Can they find the fight? Smite it away! The soul goes over! This is what they needed! There's no Swain in this fight, but it's Red Ranger coming online on the Jinx! We'll find so many kills! Devs teleporting straight into the base. Nihilek has arrived as well, but it's a Trundle on top of him. The Devs in game number 3, backs against the wall. They steal the soul, they steal the game. They're still in this one, despite ADOD, the hero, not being in that fight. They find the kills they need, and they'll find the Nexus here in Game 3.
That is outstanding. Great job by the devs, just keeping it together in Game 3 and stealing a win for 1 of 3 games. Not bad.
Yeah, absolutely insane game here. I'm expecting, I mean, it'll be tough to make the comeback happen. They've kind of shown what they can win on here in this draft. Not to do it 2 more times. It was such an incredibly close and just tight win for them to try and pull off.
Shout out to Giuseppe Hack for being behind hardcore early game and still trying to invade, still coming out on top like 15 minutes later, versus Nocturne. Outstanding split pushing by, what is that, a diamond top laner?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
there
goodness.
It is.
Using the big brain.
Yeah, flexing this stuff just says, you know what, I'm not playing for the team anymore. I'm playing for the split push. I think it would the end 0 and 0 kill. I ended with 3 kills. So interesting nonetheless. David finally coming online there at the end of the game despite the solo kill. Devs holding it together here in this game 3 with some nice plays from Addy and really across the entire team. We'll see if they can do it 2 more times in a row or if it'll be ZWD closing this one out in game number 4. Stay tuned. And we are back with game number 4 coming up here. Devs getting their first win, looking for the reverse sweep with ZWD at the 2-1 score. Currently looking at the similar style of bans here as actually Trundle coming out. Akali is still on the table here, but I feel like it's a pick that ZWD is just not afraid of.
This is just, again, a head scratcher. Like, leaving MF open, they saw what MF was able to do. MF turned an entire fight by one ult. So they must be very scared of the Echo and the Trundle jungle.
I also, I like, I think there's still angles to play into Misfortune. I think we've seen a few times at Worlds, if you've been watching, where they lock double tank into it with Maokai Ornn. And then the Misfortune just does negative damage to tanks. And so it's so hard for her to actually get an ult off that can transform thing. But I think that's still a possibility, but I mean, it is Goblin on the Misfortune. Such a bully pick in lane. They will lock their Zillion once again. They're feeling really good about this pick. Venom played it phenomenally well last game, had some crucial abilities coming so they could secure.
Yeah, great timing of the ults. Like, totally baiting the enemy team, including Rob, into thinking they were getting a kill, and instead they were dying themselves.
What? X-Ray's playing Ornn again? No way.
Is that? No.
One thing that's interesting though, I mean, that last game, David lost Trundle to try and counter the Ornn. Not on the table this time. Gonna have to find a new pick somewhere in the top lane, right? And test insanely disgusting.
You know, they must have really felt the impact that David had on Trundle, and just feeling like, you know what, they might have won solely because of that split pushing. So let's just get that off the table.
And they're locking in another kind of low damage Twisted Fate Ornn. We kind of saw this last game. At least struggled to burn through the Swain, and they'll be locked in here. Devs. And I like the look. I mean, they're just going right back to what worked. They have the Jinx, they have the Zillion, they have the Swain. The jungler will probably be a little bit different here. I'm not sure if they'll leave it open because it kind of didn't feel like Josephiak had an impact. But Josephiak, while they didn't maybe play Kindred amazingly, they played out the game extremely.
Right. Who is DV going to pick is the question to kind of potentially carry the game.
Pantheon.
Again. Don't say that.
We got the Kindred ban out, so they're done with that dive style. They don't want to have to try and dive into 2 defensive ultimates. Kind of the theme here, as Zillion was picked away from the devs because they didn't want Akali diving into 2 defensive ultimates. So we'll end up blocking this lane anyway, so there will be just kind of no dive for either of these teams. And we're looking at another new style of 2 front-to-back composition.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping us on our toes, as far as what these team comps are actually going to turn out to be. Ban the Pantheon?
Interesting. I mean, I guess game 1 went well. There was that. But they're now going to lock the Nocturne themselves, which I think is actually a great pick into Twisted Fate. As long as it's kind of like a mind game of who's going to ult first.
Sure.
But Nocturne, certainly one of those champions that can play really well into it just because Twisted Fate's going somewhere, Nocturne can follow.
Right. And also, let's see, how does that work? He is given true sight.
That's kidding.
I was like, wait, what?
So yeah, we won't have the Nocturne. I mean, it could be locked in now for ZWD. I liked it last game with the Twisted Fate.
Right.
Not a pick that excels into Zillion because you're kind of going for that kill one person style, especially with Twisted Fate on the table as well. But we'll see if they want to go for it here. They're not into double defensive ultimate. They don't have 2 versions of ability, but it'll be the Seraphine support this time. So much healing on this team.
Yeah, so what they must have realized, maybe just like quickly talking, is that Twisted Fate still gets true sight, I believe, so he can still see the enemy opponents, and then also it reveals it to the rest of the team, which kind of hampers Nocturne's ult.
So they're hovering the Yorick here. This is interesting. Yorick, I mean, it's a style David played last game where he's just split pushing on Trundle all game. You're gonna switch over to Mordekaiser. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Last second swap up there. I mean, I think I like Mordekaiser better. I think Yorick dictates what you're doing that much. And when you have a global on the table with Twisted Fate, as well as Rek'Sai that can come over a wall, kind of doom your lane, I think it's a little bit too risky to run a dedicated split. So I like the Mordekaiser. Still gives you strong side lane presence and still a good matchup.
For sure. And then that also kind of relieves the pressure that ganks, and we saw plenty of ganks early on going top lane. You can just ult somebody and all of a sudden Twist's face regretting life, you know?
Yeah, I think we're ready to get the draft started here. We just need to get players in the right places. My hot daddy included, who is currently trying to sub in for the devs. As much as I think they could use the help, I am not willing to loan out my mid laner. Sorry. But we'll be going to a short break here while we get draft ready. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with game number 4. Again, backs against the wall. Could be a Silver Scrapes option coming up here in just a little. We are back here, game number 3, as we get out onto the rift. Score currently inaccurate. Do not read that. It is actually 2-1. Devs this win again, back still against the wall. ZWD and Lane just gonna walk straight up and get some stacks early on. But again, both these teams don't really play for too much vision, so. Almost finding some spell thieves. Injured, but again, you can look at the river setup right here. No wards, really crossing over. Actually, UIX on this very early pick in the red train to look early ganks and some kind of cheeky pathing. As already, I think this is gone for the red Raptors, and it's a very powerful current and could absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know how comfortable he is on the champion. That's the only question, because man, you can set up some ridiculous plays, some ridiculous ganks, and actually not even lose any time while you're doing it. If the gank doesn't work out completely, it doesn't even matter because the tunnels are OP.
Absolutely. Rek'Sai also has to get things done early. Champion that falls off pretty hard. Really spikes. Get that first Howler's. Because Rek'Sai's like that one champion in the game. I think more than any other would really want a second flash.
For sure. But I thought the second Prowler's Claw was a stronger power spike for him. Second
item Prowler's Claw?
No, you said the first Prowler's Claw.
Yeah, fair. Understand. Why not build 2 of them? Fuck it. 2 mythic.
That's what I'm saying.
Up here in the top lane, David whacking away on Ornn. Has Conquer here, so we'll definitely win on this trade over. He's certainly feeling the burn quite a bit here. That's why you lock the Mordekaiser into.
Yeah, and then also, I guess because he might not realize that also Mordekaiser gets even additional damage with the Q just hitting him.
Yeah. Like one of those, I think, little things about Mordekaiser that you really only know to play him, because it doesn't seem like a lot, but then you're like, wow, why is this guy hitting me? UIX is out here in mid lane. Nilak on the side, and here to answer. We'll engage straight on a Nilak. Now they're going to look at GYX here, who might be forced to flash if they can get the stun off. There's the flash.
So
flash for flash, and no one will go down. But in the end, 2 flashes burned for 1. That's a trade you take. Junglers forced back to their jungle.
Yeah,
and re-engaged goblins here?
Interesting.
They really want to set behind ADOD and Lane. Gold card will come through. It's a 4-man in mid lane, and you know what? Send more men. ADOD and Lane is happy to absorb this pressure, as now Jinx able to store up the CS deficit against Goblin in bottom lane.
And still has flash.
Dude, he's just duking everything. Even dodging the spell thieves procs. ADOD and Lane, man, that's gotta feel good when the 4-man squad comes and you manage to dodge out on everything.
And not flash.
Yep. Giga Chad.
He kept his cool. I love it.
Okay, if actually didn't know about the solo Q, or solo mount Mordekaiser Q, he's gonna know now, because I just saw the difference in damage from an isolated one versus a isolated, and it did not look good. But X-Ray's dashing on in here will land a decent trade here, but Eaton and David Diva's shield while he's eating on a exactly favorite.
Pink.
Bottom lane, ooh, nice stop there from Venom. Idiot back here, but now they've got a really good option actually to freeze this lane, and they're gonna need to call down Giuseppe Hack to break this. This Eve.
Ooh, counter.
You stop my back, I stop your back. It's the like opposite of I scratch my back.
Right. You slap my back, I slap yours.
The slaps instead of scratches.
Yeah.
Really less pleasant.
Which some people like, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. You know, you like get someone to pat you like you might pat like a big German Shepherd or something. It feels kind of nice.
You're right.
How do you land that? Looking for
I like the distance here. That's good distance.
Not gonna find it. Get the Conqueror proc there. Fortunately, not able to find the kill, and this is Giuseppe Hack special. Invading on Raptors at a bad time. Or GYX is here, and I think they've got the better power.
Yeah, but Swain's not gonna give up, so. Okay, so it is what it is.
This is a little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah,
No
what's
cams
going on
this
here?
side. They might be looking at the dive angle on Orange. Their Scuttle Crab. I'm just really confused by this path thing. Going to the zone Raptors knows that there's a response, but overall it's a little bit confused as to why you'd go topside when you're bottom camp. Bottom lane's got some looking for a potential dive here. ZWD is only level 4, and it is Flash Cleanse and Flash Exhaust of it. Bottom lane duo, but there is a Rex over this wall. This is such a great gank angle from GYX. Power shot though, gets snared up, and we'll just take some damage on the way out. Red Ranger. Nice play there with the movement. Stay away from Hello Zeev, not able to find the snare, but this lane's still pushing, so I really do think they need to call down Joseph to help them just get this crash so they can.
Yeah, I mean, they must have thought what we thought was going to happen, which was Giuseppe was going to be bot, because after that gank did not work immediately, just GYX left, and now it looks like they might be going for Drake.
And this is kind of the way that Red Ranger and Red, they've been doing it all game. Happy to just play this sit back, relax style on the sides of the map.
Sure.
And even in this case, I mean, they have shove in bot lane kind of, so they're able to get a dragon.
Uh-oh. But they might be pushing a little too hard without wards.
Yeah, a 4-man bot here from the Twisted Fate ulting on in. We'll actually find the stun, but instantly cleansed here by Red Ranger, and there's a teleport. This is the counterplay. GYX so far forward is flashless on Rek'Sai for a few more seconds. Goes down to Zillion, unfortunately. But Adiodalian lane is also here. They're looking for a little bit more damage. Looking for the snare. Going to be able to pull back Hollow's E, but no one's here to deliver any more damage.
Yeah.
It's slow there from Red Ranger, but again, no more damage to be had. Dragon was actually abandoned here in lieu of going for this bottom lane play. They're not going to get anything else here. X-Ray, Teleport, Burn cannot join the fight as DV will look for the Reap.
Yeah, but they might get X-Ray a plate, and they're not going for Drake, so just a disengage. But good for, first blood.
You'll get it. It's on the Zillion, but again, it feels really good when you're setting Rek'Sai behind. It's supposed to be this early game powerhouse. The Hack's really happy to see that Rek'Sai down here for a little bit in level.
Yeah, speaking of suffering, it just goes to show you just the game knowledge that Rob has and the ability to control CS and be able to roam mid. He has a 30 CS almost lead, and he roamed mid. So
oh my god, that could have been a disaster.
If he would have blind queued, yeah, he did it in the second bush. That would have been very interesting.
Yeah, it does get the recall off here. Rek'Sai again pathing towards. Really wants to make it some kind of play happen here. Now has the ultimate Goblin as well. It's not available for Venom's EXP, so this is actually a really good gank. You're trying to get something done. It is still Zillion, so they do have the moves. There is now Rek'Sai. So there's a few different things that make this gank work really wrong, but that red ward in that bush will certainly make it not work out for G1.
Right.
I like that they played it close to the chest, dude. They didn't really show that they knew Rek'Sai was there, but maybe imply it as forced out of there. Has to go back to the jungle. And again, Rek'Sai just not finding these gank time puts that champion for.
Which, like you said, they have to get something rolling early game, or else it gets a lot more difficult. You start to feel like, oh, got a Dece or pause.
There was a jungle lag. I have to figure out. I think I just misread. So, oh yeah, Goblin actually pausing and saying that GYX is lagging. I think kind of all heard about X-Ray's internet. GYX dangerous here. Definitely want to have fully online and available, especially on a. I mean, I don't think many people consider Rek'Sai mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little nice because as long as you're underground and you auto, but if you actually don't get that auto up, then you're not knocking anybody up. You gotta.
And the funny thing is, so like Rek'Sai can right click people, burrow her. Your unburrow is actually a slight. So you can kind of, if you get it like hit W, auto would. So like it's not like one of those like I think like having a lower ping will definitely help.
Of course.
So yeah, I mean like there's still options. And now game state wise, that was still place. This DS deficit in bot lane is brutal. I really think they needed to give Crash
Mm-hmm.
and really kind of game down to, like you mentioned, back went for the Raptors. I didn't even spawn yet. Went for bot.
It did actually get a well. It seemed like he was trying to salvage what he had done. Like he's like, okay, well, walking all the way to bot might not be value, or he might just should leverage getting the birds while it's coming up, just to kind of salvage what he was doing, roaming in the river. But what was also interesting that's happened is since GYX came back, they had to disengage off the Drake, and they did. Devs ended up getting first blood off of that, but they did not secure Drake.
Oh, there's the disconnect coming out.
See ya.
Saying GYX ganked by router. Oh yeah, so actually they're going for the full. They're just fully resetting his route. I think that's always like a good. And I'm starting to talk about network problems like it's League.
Here we go. IT.
Great play to go for that here. You never know, something bugs out.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you get that modem router hybrid, so you can just reset that instead. That can really come in clutch. So then you don't have to focus on either one, but then you're focusing all your resources on one piece of equipment, which can really hurt you in late game.
Yeah, late game network problem.
Yeah,
Network problems scale really hard with game time as well.
absolutely.
Are still looking to focus on the build towards topside. GVX. Hopefully we'll get that unpaused soon. And for competitive integrity reasons, let's hope GVX doesn't have any more network problems, because we want to see this Rek'Sai come online. We want to see the Rek'Sai do the pop-off plays. Still has that flash available. Prowler's Claw's coming soon. I think gold-wise, Rek'Sai is certainly a little bit behind. Like to be to get that Prowler's Claw. Not having any assists, but if he went for Inspiration Tree like most Rek'Sais do, that won't have you won't have, what is it called? Makes it also to you delay Prowler's Claw, it delays your crowd, it delays if for going. As soon as you fall behind. Meanwhile, Sejuani, happy to just be a tank.
Yeah, I mean, you can always do. Wait. Okay, now they're over undering the how bad he's lagging.
Oh, nice.
Whether they continue, I like it. Yeah, on the inspiration tree, are you talking about going in debt?
Oh, the futures market? No.
Okay, what are you talking about?
I think it's an underrated rune on Rex, because it's so important that you hit like your first spikes. If you can like back, and the extra 100 gold will make it connect for you, I think it's super worth.
Okay.
Futures market is, in general, is a rune I don't think enough people check into, because it's either like boots and approach velocity if you're really good, or boots and cosmic. One that gives you like 5% on flashes, like that feels
the
really
cosmic
good.
Insight.
Like that.
It's
feels
so
great.
good.
But I'm telling you, if you're playing an early game change, not much faster.
Right.
It's so.
Which is why the same thing for Fiddlesticks. Like, it's recommended by the good players to take futures markets, so you can just start getting that snowball faster, of those items, and making your first gank way more powerful.
Fiddlesticks, I'm glad has been banned out the rest, because GYX played it absolutely disgusting. Since then, you can tell the devs felt the impact and banned out every single.
And we've been able to see the impact, or the lack thereof that it's had, just allowing the devs a little more breathing room, instead of him being able to, especially like mid game, he's able to ult and then use Rocket Belt and then Zanya's, and he was taking 3 of the enemy team to half health.
I disconnect from GYX. I'm crossing my fingers, man. I'm really hoping that I want to see ZWD versus the Devs at full. UAX
Yeah,
is a huge part of their success. See how impactful he's. I've commented his jump. I think is very decisive, or at least you can like see the intent.
I mean, honestly, Giuseppe Hack has been doing a great job as well. I've been pretty impressed just by both junglers. Like they've been making impacts that their teams need. You know, not just. There's been some questionable stuff, obviously, but for the most part, in team fights, they're there, focusing on objectives when they're coming up. Prior to them coming up, you know, they actually have Smite ready to go and that kind of thing, just giving their team the option.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know.
Don't think too much of it.
Point. Yeah, don't think too much about it.
Plan. In fact, I won't, and I will make no.
As you shouldn't.
I think Realms looking right now, do a short be right back. Getting back into hopefully in just a little. We are back. No longer hopefully, fingers crossed, as knock on some wood for us. We're gonna hope there's no more network problems throughout the rest of this game. Recalls come out here. Did manage to pick up the Herald on the top side as Devs still putting themselves in a nice position here. They're starting to get collapsed on right now by this. Oh, I get the secondary pause here. I almost gets this. Nightlick at 1 HP steals the blue buff. Just if you like actually going for a tilt invade here, it kind of feels like. Nightlick to follow up on this one. They are on a pink ward though. Got him out. Anything else here? Side as bottom side, Rek'Sai taking that first.
Which is such a crazy turn because the devs had that Drake prio. They just ended up losing it.
I really thought that they were gonna have this one. Oh, see, Davey going for the solo kill here against X-Ray. Ashing on in with the ultimate, just gonna drop a lot of damage. He doesn't actually have what it takes to kill him right now, but will continue to push onto this. X-Ray gonna look for the dash here in just a second. Gets a little bit of a trade back, but Eevee is certainly looking a whole lot better for where in this trade. We'll actually pull him back. Very risky move here by X-Ray to look for that one. He's gonna heal up through the burn. Nice place going from X-Ray, but there's now a ZWD here sitting right below you, and they're gonna go right for this dive. Just if you hack.
I like
this one off. We'll actually look for the sun immediately. Nice look.
Wow.
We'll lock him down. The hack will tank turret on the way out, but we'll be able to also place Herald here as the rebuttal will come down towards the top side, actually. I thought I was looking bottom lane, but that's a sun into Giuseppe hack. Can they find the kill? DV taking a turret shot for Giuseppe. Able to get away for now, but that's the red card coming out. Not what she wanted. And now Nylek not going to find anything as a rebuttal here in the top lane, but there is a Rek'Sai now hovering this bottom lane turret. Can they find any more kills here? Zillion ult is now online, which will stop the dive from coming through at the very least.
Yep,
Devs,
and
though.
GYX is just going to clean the jungle. And ADOD, yeah, the devs are, look at this. Look at how much they got out of that. Wow.
Plays all around. Kill there, forcing out the Twisted Fate ultimate as well, which keeps pressure off their bottom lane. Whole lot coming up really good here for the devs. ZWD is still sitting on this Herald as well, and now can transfer that gold instead to a kill.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, the wave control mid, getting plates. And that's obviously the downside of not taking teleport when you're Twisted Fate. But there are advantages. I mean, you saw he's able to have Ghost instead, but man, it seemed like he popped it. He got a little too. He jumped the shark, I think.
Yeah, burning through a ZWD as Twisted Fate is no easy task. Maybe there's a possibility if that gold card lands instead, but unfortunately, red card comes out.
Right, just where itemization's at on him. I mean, you got call in a chapter. That's not really gonna do it as far as killing her. So.
I will say the one nice is that they managed to stop ZWD from popping Herald out there just by keeping her in combat. But now this gold's gonna go over to ADOD in lane instead, and I'm not sure which is worse.
And first tower.
Enough for first.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be very close. ADOD in lane doing the Chad thing again and just standing here and auto attacking. Barely gonna be enough to take it down.
Exactly like, no, it will be enough.
Freeman collapse still coming down in. Nylak looking for the gold card. Will flash for it. G/X here as well with another flash. And the Seraphine ult will combo over the top of everything. Can Rek'Sai find the damage? They will. G/X getting their first of the game with that lethality dagger in the inventory. Just enough damage and enough CC to take down Swain.
And that is both sums on Swain as well. A little unfortunate. But they did get first tower. I mean, they got all the plates mid. So really kind of a... Yeah, it's a wash.
Gold overall, I think, definitely better here for devs, as well as actually taking down mid lane tower this early means that you can get that that lane shove so much further, which gives you vision, keeps Twisted Fate under more pressure to stay in this lane, which is not what you want out of your, the best roaming mid laner in the game.
I'm actually the best roaming mid laner in the game.
My hot roamer.
Yeah. Coming next season. Emphasis on coming. I just can't stop saying it.
You just can't stop. Red Ranger here in the bottom lane, definitely suffering a little bit here. Pull almost coming online here for Rob, which would be next for 300 gold. Hollow's Eve maybe caught out here though. Do they want to commit? No. Oh, they're gonna go for it, but GYX is in the mid lane. Look from ADOD. Might just have enough damage here. Gonna pull in the Rek'Sai. Will it be enough? There's a nice rocket landing. GYX goes very low here. ADOD in lane does have the Zillion ult on him. Won't go down to any more damage. And they're happy to just disengage.
Good on Venom. I really like him as a support. He's obviously not our support, but I would be more than happy to play with him because he used his flash just to try to get, a save on Swain. Definitely took pressure off of Swain after he had the ult on him. And a lot of people just, they save the flash as support, to flash out.
Yeah.
Which is fine at a lot of times, but when your team's counting on you like Zillion. Oh man, he's really just trying to leverage this this CS diff. I mean, there's a diff going on top this game that I mean, just all along the board, other than of course Rob, the devs are doing really well at and they've actually done it most of the games, just having a strong early game, strong lead. They just need to keep it.
This fade into the top lane will land, the stun card will land, the Everfrost will land, everything to slow down DV. But now he's going to go in the 1v1. Pulls in Nilak. Can he find the kill here? Nilak finding nice stun still. 3 members roaming on top of him. Here comes the Golden. Here comes the Ornals, but here comes the knockups. Davey for VP surely going down here, and they find the shutdown there in the top lane. 400 golds going on over, but it's a rebuttal in the bottom lane. Immediately onto the Dragon for the devs. They'll claim this one super quickly. And again, another trade here in the top lane, as it will just be Herald for Dragon and a kill. So overall, not exactly a wash. Certainly coming up in favor of ZWD.
It looks like they might be headed to contest this rift, actually, which I really am all for. And now they do know for a fact that he's there, and Hollow's Eve is bot lane.
Oh, this might does not come through, though. Just actually missing the Sejuani engagement. Now they can try and find some kills here. Will root up against Nilak. No summoners available on this Twisted Fate.
And no stopwatch.
Yep, feels really good there. I mean, you know that he's burning these summoners aggressively, so I like that they're looking to punish this Twisted Fate especially.
Yeah, and then also just all the resources that they used on David, they were able to punish him for that.
Here's the captain battle we all wanted. DV now rotating to the bottom lane to fight against Goblin and Hollow's Eve, as Rebellion's actually in mid, just looking to siege down as much damage on this turret as possible. If they can get this inner down to half, they don't have Herald, but it would feel really good, as so much gold is stored in these inner turrets. Oh, I thought he had that one. Maybe he could have gone for the flash in, but again, flash for flash on the against the support doesn't really feel great.
Right.
Didn't even have the Death Realm available either.
Exactly.
If he hack, looking for something here with Venom, but X gonna engage. I'm not actually sure who got that Raptor camp, but whoever got it for sure wins some kind of Which is if he hack face checks into 3. See quite a few members there and just looks for the disengaged. Now DV for VP though, trying to pull someone in, not gonna find it, barely tunneling out of there. GYX able to escape. And we'll send 4 down the bot lane, but not a whole lot. I think maybe just trying to get down this last outer turret. Have the numbers here. They certainly could go for it. Pulls in Hollow's Eve. Do you have the Death Realm? Gonna go for it against the support. Now maybe looking for, he's just constantly poking and prodding and looking for something here. Now gonna have to go to the Death Realm to fight against the Rek'Sai. Certainly not gonna be a winnable fight for GYX. Actually flashes over the wall, able to do it, but also followed by DV. Flash for flash here. Top laner burning it to secure that kill. And now it's a 4 versus 5 in the bottom lane, but there's no pressure anywhere else on the map, so they could try and go for this dive, but with all the tools and the kits of ZWD, I feel like it's just not something the devs can go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just better to play it safe.
There's another flash for flash, and Ornal will also come out, but just won't find anything here. Now Giuseppe Hack is saying, maybe we can go for this. EV for VP in mid lane, looking to push down this turret. That will finally call off this 4-man squad that's just rotated to bottom lane as they realize that there are other things on the map they need to be doing.
And, I mean, again, good on David for just using his game knowledge to his advantage. You need to push other lanes. And if you see that you can't get to your team, pushing a lane with TF ult down is super good.
I thought he was about to pull that towards the Rek'Sai for a free smite
Red
buff now on Mordekaiser, though. They may have overstayed their stay here in the bottom lane. David's trying to get down here. ADOD in lane, forced to flash out, and now they have the chase. No Twisted Fate ultimate available. They will pull in the Rek'Sai, so it's just a flash burn, but definitely a little bit greedy here from the devs.
But it ended up panning out, I guess, so no harm, no death, no foul.
Mordekaiser back to the mid lane. I really like that they keep sending DV here in this shorter lane. I feel like he's definitely the one who can last the longest against a 3-man dive squad.
Yep. And he's also actually, another smart thing that he's doing is kind of trying to bait out the TF ult and stuff. Like, as we saw, he didn't go in on the support, which is like, it's fine if he gets that kill, but this is better right here.
Buff in the Death Realm. Will Goblin manage to find this outplay? I just don't think it's even remotely possible. Shut down to Mordekaiser. Found Rob split pushing in a side lane and will happily take that 1v1.
Yeah, speaking of overstaying, that was not worth.
They're trying hard for these tier 1s. We'll see if ADOD can actually pull this one off. Doesn't have Riley's available. It does have the ult, does have Leandri's. Might be enough damage to get through this Ornn. Has Merc Tread, so the CC not going to do a whole lot here for against X-Ray. AOD still just need to poke him down. Does he have the damage on his toppable? Not going to be enough though. Jinx almost snipes away the kill. I feel like it would have tilted Addy more than anything, but either way.
That would definitely tilt him, but that's been a trademark of Ranger these past few games on Jinx.
So back to mid lane for Red Ranger, able to find a nice free kill there. And that's one player off the map now for this next dragon. Snipe it, snipe it. Oh! Smite it away. GYX, good smite there to secure the zone blue. I think it's kind of funny. Like, I think as a jungler, sometimes I will smite something like that, just hoping that they won't go for it because they know I have smite.
Right.
But then they end up just going for it. It's like, because why wouldn't they?
You try to 3-level them.
Yeah, it does not work.
Thanks, yeah.
But I have GYX looking for a smite steal here. Did have the second charge available. Could try and eat over this wall for this one, but it's not going to come through. Forced to disengage. It's devs early to the objective, first to arrive, and consistently making plays here across the map to make sure they can be that team that makes it the objective first.
This is looking good for the devs. I mean, great mental, because look at this. It's 2-6. They're controlling most of the map. They're getting objectives. And not even, like, they're not barely getting objectives. They're not having to try to steal them. They're owning more than half of the map, and I love to see this.
For the devs, I mean, like, the gold lead isn't that much, but like you said, it doesn't show through how well they're pressuring everything. It really feels like ZWD is on the back foot this game, and is forced to just kind of defend against whatever the devs want to do on the map. Baron is available here, but a risky objective to take, especially against.
MF does have 2 items now, able to tear through the armor. Definitely not wanting to take the full ult to the face at this point.
The other thing I want to try and see the devs do for here is that mid lane outer turret. Like I said earlier, there's just so much gold stored in that, but they got it so low. It really feels like all it would take is a single pick, single person down on the map, and they could just 4 versus 5 force down that turret in mid lane.
Yeah, it seems what they're trying to do is what they have kind of done these last few fights, which is it's basically Mordekaiser, okay? Out of all the times, like, Mordekaiser does something, and then they just play around whatever happens with that. Which is smart.
And David's got 2 levels on anyone else in this game on the other side. So it feels really good. A whole lot of golden stats for a solo laner. On top of the fact that he has this 3-kill lead. On top of the fact that he has a Rylai's already. So both these APs can just drag in anyone on this team. And if Twisted Fate, Seraphine, Misfortune, none of these guys have dashes. So if you get pulled in, there's no escape unless you've got the flash to burn.
And so now we have X-Ray and this again, and TF is bot. They really can't even help him. Rek'Sai's gonna try.
Bold move here. I mean, at this point, this is like the dream from Mordekaiser's like, I'm ahead. Yes, please come in 2v1. Let's see what happens.
Oh, man. Look, they're all trying to eventually collapse. TF's backing up.
Maybe look for something here in the mid lane.
Push.
Don't have numbers. I see on my way pings from this Rek'Sai. Here comes Twisted Fate. He's alone. Red Ranger going to get stunned up here. Double drop the cleanse. Teleport coming now in from the Mordekaiser to land their own counter snares, but this will be a 5 versus 3. Mordekaiser goes immediately into the Death Realm. We'll try and fight the Rek'Sai as much as possible. GYX can't go anywhere. Tries to flash out. Now she's getting chased around in circles by Mordekaiser. Will finally go down. Swing to the backline. Look, a massive ult from ADOD and lane, but has no Zonias. But the ult from Zilean will keep him alive. It'll just prevent their team from even wanting to mess with him. He'll stay alive through it. Stunned up now, but it's a little bit too late. DV for VP just forcing forwards here, and now is their chance to try and take down this turret. They might even look for Baron.
It honestly really looked like Rek'Sai was going to get out of there. Mordekaiser matching flash for flash and everything, but he was able to take a tunnel, and he still wasn't able to escape, which is, pretty much going to guarantee this Baron. Don't really know what ZWD can do to
Eevee's taking a lot of damage off this, and ADOD and lane doesn't have ult, so there's like I'm a little bit worried. There's a chance. Will the fight be had here at the tail end of this Baron? Venom gonna be on the run here. No greedy back timers this time. Davies learned his lesson.
Thank goodness.
I mean, I'm just impressed by the pace of this game as well. We kind of had some pretty crazy back and forth games 1, 2, and now here in this game, devs have definitely slowed down the pace of this game to a point that I feel like they're much more comfortable. Crazy skirmishes aren't happening everywhere. They're avoiding getting into weird fights and getting out. Doing a great job of finding small advantages to continuously.
Yeah, and we also have to think like, because what's crazy is they're actually basically 3,000 gold up.
Yeah.
Which is, if they were playing against any other team in B group, or, well, I'm not so much sure about A group, but in B group, I mean, they would be probably 6,000 gold, but Rob is just able to keep farming like a madman.
Yeah.
And so Devs is playing it smart, you know, they realize that's just
DV
going to be something.
Walks into 4, 5. How many are here? Goes down instantly. Shut down. Goes on to Misfortune as well, and they're teleporting straight to this dragon. Can they burn this down before the collapse comes? They do have their ADC. They do have the Swain, but they're running straight to mid, actually. They want to try and claim this objective bounty instead, and now they can try and look at this dragon. Eve here on the side, gonna get pulled in by the Swain. Oh, the damage actually gonna come through. Charm burned early. Nihilek now getting slowed up by the Swain as well. Gonna be forced to go golden. Ult already burned. Does have flash, but might not be able to get a chance to use it. Jinx trying to get excited here on the side. Will finally get it. And now this is their chance to fight. Adio D in lane will get the slow into Goblin. There's no escape now. Adio D in lane has arrived. Just charging forward now onto Gix. They won't get everything they want across the map, but that kill ends up almost baiting the entire side of ZWD into a much worse scenario.
Yeah, definitely. That that is hard to, you know, you think, okay, we took one guy out, so now any fight's going to be a 4v5, but they started to get, Hollow's Eve was trying to ward, you know, and warding kind of by herself and getting caught, and then you have Nihilek. Oh, he's getting caught.
Look for the dive here. Going to try and pull in X-Ray. They actually knock him out of the Ornn ultimate. Can't do anything else here. Now look for the stun from ZWD. Will come through, but goes unstoppable just at the perfect time. X-Ray playing a very good Ornn here. Watch be able to escape that as they take down 2 inner turrets here for the devs. Playing a nice, clean game, keeping it nice and slow. Only pick available on the map now is, of course, DV as they rotate their attention to mid.
Ooh, that actually... That was almost GYX almost caught somebody there, but it didn't happen. It was very close.
The double Riley is online. You see that Ornn has actually opted for the Force of Nature this game. Their only AD threat is Jinx, so I actually like the look much better than stacking their armor this time. But of course, if Jinx is just free hitting you, I mean, you're still gonna be taking Jinx level damage.
See, but now what is he building though? Because he's also got treads. Does he really need more magic resist at that point? I don't think so.
Hard call to make. I mean, could be going for something like...
Right, a mix.
I'm trying to think like what is the next item here? It could be the what's the hybrid one called? That stone plate?
Yes.
I think
Gargoyle.
I think that could be a good option. Having the giant shield to pop into so that to prevent Jinx from getting excited and also to stall out against Kaiser.
Yeah.
And then also you have that dual resistance. It's just always kind of an awkward item to build, especially when you don't have too much.
Yeah, let's see what that turns into. It could just turn into a Banshee's Veil, so we'll see if he's learned anything from our ATC. Right. I had to mention him one time.
We're looking at devs in the bush here. They're pinging up towards topside, though, and I mean, if Twisted Fate drops the ult, it means that they just see this play trying to happen here in the bottom lane. Now here it comes. They're going to see everyone on the map. Nihilek going to take a whole lot of damage here to start this fight off. DV for VP, very tanky, and actually just walks away. I'm not sure what's happening up here. They're they can't tell if they want to commit to this. Gonna dodge away from the Ornn ultimate. Gonna go super aggressive on a Nihilek, but now just completely stalled out. They have 3 surrounding this. Meanwhile, Devs is on the bottom side of the map taking the base. DV for VP will certainly fall down here, eventually going down. But look at this, Inhib down on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Slowly but surely just using the gold they have and the fed Jinx. Like, this is what's funny though, is he's not really fed, but that get excited is so strong and is able to, late game take towers down so quickly. And so David's doing a great job just pulling that aggro. He's really coming in. He's really pulling his weight, more than his weight, these past 2 games.
Shout out to Giuseppe Hack as well. I think both of the first games actually losing out on ZWD, coming back to this game, a little bit interesting because whenever you lose twice on a champion, it kind of puts some doubt in your own mind about that.
Sure.
But able to lock this pick anyways and is performing very well on it this game. We are still waiting for Red Ranger to hit that IE spike. Nice steal away on the Raptors there. And that'll be the next big thing here for the devs is another Cloud Drake online, but really, do they want Elder on the field as a potential flip option here for ZWD?
Yeah, it is just Cloud Soul, but man, it's so good on Swain. And by the way, Swain has Ghost.
Same with Ghost.
And he actually opted for stopwatch this time.
I forget how well it would interact with Mordekaiser. I mean, it can't be bad because he's going to put you in Death Realm and then sprint at you extra quick. So something at least a little bit scary.
Yeah.
And now
I mean, he already has the Rileys, so
look at the map. They're just forcing with the split pusher again. DV for VP is in this bottom lane, pushing on this inhibitor and forcing the entire team of ZWD back. They have to respect this. And now this is the opportunity for the rest of the devs to go look at this Baron. He's going to pull in GYX, I think, for the fight. Look for the solo kill here once again. There's 5 members collapsed on top of him, but devs haven't even started up the Baron yet. DV for VP is very going to go down here super quick here, and now the Baron's going to start up. Here comes the teleport from Ornn. They can also ult in. Oh, they already burned the Twisted Fatal. It's just me, Ornn, here for a little bit. 5k HP. Ornn looking for the knockback to try and just delay this as much as possible. Devs need to burn this one down quickly. Ornn into the pit, looking for the Miracle Steal, I would have to guess. Goes over to Red Team, barely stolen away there. But now X-Ray baiting the rest of the devs on in. The Mistborn Shuttle is here. They have arrived. Can Red Ranger flash over? They will make the escape happen. ADOD in lane, look for the disengage. GYX also looking for something desperately flashing over the wall, but will not find anyone on the devs. They all escape with their lives, with a few summoners dropped in lieu of their deaths.
Yeah, Addy missed the grasp, but that actually could have been a good thing.
Gix might be okay. He's fine. A little worried there. I thought the Jinx rocket would come off cooldown and then could have been a potential kill angle, but there is super minions in the base. The devs just have to kind of delay this dragon, and if it goes down, they don't really miss out on a whole lot. It is just the Cloud Dragon. I like on the side here, going to take a whole lot of damage early on. They're all grouped up. This is a match. This is the Jinx rockets. They're all coming through. The damage is massive onto X-Ray. So many members incredibly low here as Jinx starts to get excited. Now Red Ranger can carry the rest of this fight. Hollow Eve goes down. Goblin looking to turn this one around. Does knock and the Zillion back out of the ultimate. ADOD in lane, now look for the slow here. Goblin look for the miracle play, trying to take down the ADOD in lane, but he can't, and then it's DV for VP teleporting to the base to close out the game. The devs have secured their second win, and they're looking at the reverse sweep. We'll see if they can pull this one off as DV for VP knocking on this final turret. Nylek teleports into the base, trying to slow down the Mordekaiser. He's happy to take the Death Realm fight. He's happy to try and take him down. Nylek, not long for the world at all here as DV4VP looking to smack him down. One last kill. It's the ace for the devs. Nexus will fall, and we're going to game 5.
Jeez. What a series. Keeping us at the edge of our seat the entire time. That was another deja vu play. You banned out the Trundle. It didn't matter. Guess what? Mordekaiser did the same exact thing. Great job. Great job, devs. Great job. I mean, the first 2 games were great as well on the other side with ZWD. So I'm super excited for this last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all tied up. It's all tied completely here at 2-2. It all comes down to this best of 1. Devs with the momentum. ZWD still trying to solve the puzzle that is this draft to try and find their way back into the series. We'll see if it comes down to that or if it will come down to execution here with some change-ups in bans in the next Jam Select. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. We are here. It's game number 3.
Is it?
Or game number 5, sorry. I'm miscounting my series. It's late. We're getting tired here on the desk. The devs, first picking Venom the Zillion. This has been critical in all their victories and successes so far this game. Not willing to let this one slip through the cracks of draft.
Actually giving up misfortune. That's how much they're loving this Zillion pick.
The question is, does Rob's team even pick up the misfortune? I feel like they've struggled to secure wins on it since the devs have kind of flipped this draft on its head and have switched up their style quite a bit. It will be the Twitch instead. They're giving up misfortune, which is now an option for the devs to pick. But obviously Red Ranger playing extremely well in the Jinx so far this series. We'll see if they keep that one up, as they're fully locking the bot lane early on this time. They're not willing to let Lulu get banned out second phase. That is immediately locked in here for ZWD.
Yeah, so clearly learning some, I mean, I wouldn't call them draft mistakes, but just learning to evolve from what's happened in these prior drafts. There it is.
Fortune lock. Devs, they're happy to take that one. It is such a lane bully. Now they actually have a chance here. I mean, they've been kind of getting just pushed in super hard through this bot lane dominance that Goblin and Hallows Eve have. But on misfortune, there's a chance that Red Ranger and Venom can turn this lane around, especially against a weaker laner like.
Yeah, and those Zillion bombs, they can make an ADC's life bad just by themselves. You throw in the misfortune abilities, and they can just bully them out.
The 20 lock. I'd like to see ZWD lock in the Ornn and 5 games straight for X-Ray, and then look to ban out the Niners like the Mordekaiser, like the Trundle, and just really I already got the Trundle ban down, but really look to squeeze David's champion game 5.
Yeah, they kind of, in my opinion, wasted a Pantheon ult, so now we got the Mordekaiser instead. I like it much better.
Yeah, definitely has looked a lot better so far in the series. ZWD wants to ban out the Pantheon. David did play that in the first 2 games, but again, they haven't found victory on Pantheon. This time the devs able to squeeze out Nihilix champ pool a little bit, getting rid of the Zillion already picked away by Venom. Port there, and now banning out Twisted Fate here as a mid lane pick.
So then we're going to see a new mid laner for Nihilix, then, is that right?
Nocturne first.
Psych?
I think actually, I like the Nocturne ban as well. If you can get the Paranoia in, Lulu ult it actually just turns into like a little budget Malphite ult as well if Lulu can position correctly for it. So a little bit of a risk there. Good ban on the Nocturne, or something that GYX has played in the series as well. Ban coming through here, it'll be the Akali. So ZWD, despite actually beating ADOD in lanes, Akali there in that game 2, not going to let it slip through the cracks here when his back's against the wall. Players often go to comfort champs, and comfort champ indeed for ADOD in lane would be that Akali.
Yeah, and I mean, it was not something to just, smirk at. It came in very handy. At one point was like 303, huge.
Yeah. Whole lot of junglers banned out here. 4 bans directed at UYX. And the Trundle ban kind of hurt him a little bit too here. ZWD also picked away. So all in all, 6 junglers off the table. Definitely we have his own champ pool squeezed. We have seen GYX play Kindred before. Be a possibility here. Pick might just come through. Saving it for jungler. They've saved counter pick for jungler twice, and we'll see if it is the final thing that ZWD needs to unpack what the devs is doing. Finally find a win after 2 straight wins from the.
And we did see Ziggs played earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Also played to some success. I think ZWD just really favors these kind of wave clear mids that can influence in some way other lanes. This time through the Ziggs ultimate. Yorick locked in for DD for VP. He's played split push the last 2 games on Mordekaiser and Trundle to great success, and this time all inning on the split push with Yorick. There's no Twisted Fate on the table this time to disrupt that, and so it will just be Yorick 1v1ing this Ornn all game unless Ziggs or Twitch can roam up and help.
Is Yorick a split pusher? Is that really
some people would say
his
that
thing?
I think I've heard that before.
Okay. Split pushing mage, that's right. That makes sense.
Last pick will be the Fizz.
Ooh.
This is a spicy pick coming from my from ADOD in lane. I almost called their mid laner my mid laner, but Fizz, a melee carry, definitely in the wheelhouse of champions that ADOD in lane would like to play. Not exactly the Akali, not exactly the Sylas, but still a carry champ nonetheless that he can assassinate one of these players on.
Yeah, definitely a great assassin. It's going to be interesting if Ziggs can disengage from the Fizz initiation. That'll be a big question. But oh look, it looks like Solpan's playing jungle.
We're both playing in this game. You're playing Fizz and I'm playing Lilia.
I'll allow it.
Lilia, interesting pick here. Has the ability to look for those kind of follow-up engages with Ornn. Drops the Swirl Seed, drops the ult, and you can really catch someone out of position here. So certainly not a bad pick as well. The devs don't really have a lot of targeted damage. So through Zillion, they can certainly slow her down. That will help. But when your main target damage is just with it might be a little bit harder for you to actually take down that target.
Yeah, and I mean that's why, just personally from the previous games we've seen, it's why I kind of don't like the Fizz pick. Just like I kind of, even though Akali did, he did great on Akali, you might want to kind of try to match what ZWD, because this idea is split pushing, right? You got Yorick, he's going to be by himself, and you're just trying to really clear lanes, mid, and then just kind of go to the other side of the map of Yorick and just kind of give that pressure to where they have to make a decision on, are they going to, defend against Yorick's split push to Nexus, or, try to 4v5.
That is one thing that the Mordekaiser does really well, which is disrupt the attempted collapse. Something that David did really well asking was like, 4 people are collapsing, okay, I'll ult 1 and just try and get at least 1. I think it's a little bit harder for Yorick. Of course, still has so much damage, can use the Maidem to help fight. But I think it's a lot harder than playing the...
Yeah, and then actually, you know what? The Fizz E is actually pretty freaking good at clearing. So if he can get a little ahead, then it'll basically do the same thing that he was doing with Swain as far as being able to clear your lane. Because that's really what you're trying to do when you're split pushing. You're just trying to put pressure on opposite ends of the lane. And like we've just talked about with TF, missing and stuff, that's going to be a little more difficult to just instantly match if Ornn needs help, which is probably going to happen if David gets ahead at all.
Another nice thing here is Fizz obviously beats out Ziggs in a side lane. Yorick obviously beats out Ornn in the side lane. They can set up the 1-3-1, and then with Misfortune as well, team, they can just use her ult to completely clear out a wave, or just zone off the other trying to push you underneath that turret. So they have good tools to try and set up these split pushers for great success in this.
Yep, and with the Zillion, I mean, you can do so many things. Fizz is great at tower diving.
Oh, yeah.
And then having Zillion just back you up could potentially be a nightmare for ZWD.
That's another thing. I mean, Yorick obviously not known for team fighting, but at the very least, kind of like the problem we discussed with Trundle and Zillion, team fights early. Zillion can help you get there at least and start hitting things. It won't be impossible for you to enter a fight. So there's a small chance we actually see David going in these 5v5s. I think he wants to be in that side lane. But if forced, it's not going to be a bad idea.
Yep. Regardless, this is going to be super spicy. On the other side, I mean, ZWD, they can, as a team, catch people out. You got Twitch going invis. You think Lilia's all by herself, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's, Lulu hiding, on with no vision, and then you got Twitch appearing out of nowhere, just turning the tide. So if people get caught out here, it'll start to make it pretty clear who's going to have the advantage.
All right, everything's locked, and we got comfort picks for a few different folks here in this game. What they can do in this game is DV for VP looks to carry once again through split pushing. We're going to game 5. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. We are in the game here. Get hyped, get ready. It all comes down to game number 5, the Devs versus ZWD. All tied up at 2-2. Some critical, crazy picks coming out here in this last game. Fizz, first time in this series. Yorick, first time in this series. Lilia, first time in this series. Interesting all around as the draft applications do come through in this final game. I'm Soulpan, joined once again by my hot daddy, and we are here to break down this game 5 action.
Let's go. I am super excited for this game. The series did not go the way I thought it would at all. I mean, once you win 2 games, you're feeling good. The enemy team, they are just, on their knees thinking, well, it's time to just break my keyboard in half. And the devs have come back, and it's looking great.
They got one more to close out here. They got the momentum in their favor. More time. Late invade maybe coming through here as they get one more ward over that red buff wall. They really are looking to track Gix's pathing early game this time. Not something that they've gone for too often. It's usually been the 5-man invades or at 5 point from the devs. So for the first time I think this series, we're going to get eyes on junglers very early on. There is a cheese, though, coming in from this bottom lane. There's Twitch Lulu in that nearby bush. Well, the question is, will bot lane go the safe way or will they go the cheeky way?
Safe.
And right now it kind of looks like Red Ranger wants to go cheeky mode.
Okay, he almost did. He almost did.
Just to avoid that, that bottom lane on, they ping on the Lulu, they kind of see what happened, and they thank God we went the safe route.
Yeah, I'm just really wondering if Lilia is going to be able to. I mean, these junglers, I think they've been great. Like they're not just, just going on autopilot and clearing camps. They're looking for opportunities to make an impact, help their team early on in the game, as opposed to looking up at 30 minutes and then trying to, salvage whatever they're looking at.
Lilia, though, definitely that kind of more of a farming. ZWD is going to be the one actually getting action done this time. It was Rek'Sai versus ZWD last time. On the Lilia, much more free to farm up and just try and scale against ZWD, as there isn't really much the ZWD can do super early on. Again, she has more gank pressure, but it's not by much. They have a slow start here once again.
Yeah.
I think it'll be kind of just like this for a long time. It'll take a little bit for this game to blow up or to blow open because Eevee just wants to split push. Bottom lane just wants to live. They're going to do their best against Roblin and Hollow's Eve. And again, the junglers, if Lilia is bot lane, ZWD can't even look at the bot lane.
And this is interesting though, because I thought that maybe it would go more even in the bot lane at this point, just because of the picks. But man, they are just Lulu can be a menace with the Rad, just doing damage over time. You're seeing these trades are already kind of forcing MF to have a deficit.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is Rob on a signature champion. It's a huge point in amateur leagues. And Liga is no exception, that once a player gets on that pick that they know really well, even if it's like a bad match, even if it's, supposedly lane bully into a weaker laner, they're going to excel on it. They know exactly what they have to do in order to succeed. And right now, VP for VPs, beating down on X-Ray, despite this Ornn being X-Ray's definite signature pick. Jumping in with the minions, nice damage coming on through. Are still untouched though, and we know that DV is just looking to get these plates off as quick as possible. Oh. Got the
Okay,
cannon.
that was close.
A little awkward. We all saw it.
It worked though.
Now see Lilia appear in the top lane. I think maybe spotted on a ward because Josephi instantly responded and got onto that recall. Yeah, definitely spotted on a ward there. So nice cover here from Josephi Hack to make sure that Yorick is able to continue to push this advantage. Now we're actually going to hide up in this bush. Still kind of maybe thinking that Lilia will try and come through and find this gank, and it makes sense. I like the hover here. Going to delay the back timer quite a little bit, but he's playing for his laners. That's what you have to do as ZWD.
No, I like that. It makes it gives warm fuzzies to laners and top laners. You know, sometimes they don't get any love.
Yeah.
And just knowing like there was a potential for that play, X-Ray did not take the bait, and he just took the back as well.
Here on the Zig, harassing against Addy. Certainly a hard lane, I think, for Fizz. I mean, obviously, like once he gets 6, he can really look for those all-ins. Right now, Nihilak's just gonna wave clear and continue to bully him out. So right now is level 6 window, 530 in the mid lane. Keep your eye on the potential all-in as Lilia looks to hover. Might be sniffing out this potential Addy OD all-in. And there it is! All-inning right as Jix arrives into the lane, looking for the kill on the Nihilak. Can he find it? The dots might be enough to come through. A nice flash. He'll find first blood!
Wow.
Given on over despite everything. Timing out so well here for ZWD.
That is as good as you could make that situation for Addy OD.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep, Lilia just tickling the Sejuani right now, only has Boots of Lucidity, so not a whole lot of damage can come through from the Lilia yet. Will be definitely hurting later on. This is a triple melee team. Lilia loves playing into multiple melees. Get multiple flows, can look for big sleeps. But again, it'll also come down to will they manage to land that targeted damage, and it's going to be really on Venom's back to make sure that they can get those slows down and try and kill this Lilia off in fights. Although Zeev actually in a little bit of trouble here as Red Ranger looks for a trade, but there's minions here to kill, and Red Ranger's not willing to give up any more farm against Rob.
Yeah, we're already at that 25 CS mark, and it just gets frustrating. I've been in the same position. it's even easier like when you're mid, to not be in that situation, obviously. So,
Oh yeah, short lane and all that. Only playing versus one person usually, unless the jungler is being setting up a tent.
Right.
Yeah, that's now a flashless Ziggs in lane, and Addy OD's got the Lost Chapter, obviously has more damage, and Anlik now has to play just so incredibly respectful of Fizz if you just want to just get bingo bopped by that ult.
Yeah, the moment Addy has his Ignite up, he is going to be fishing, unintended, for a kill.
And doesn't even have to be in mid, right? I mean, Fizz has the ability to look for these roams. We kind of mentioned that if he can get a lead, he'll have that added crowd control, and he can really just go bot lane and step with all this. Look at the Maiden just doing so much damage to X-Ray here. Actually dashing forward. This might be an overcommittal. X-Ray forced to flash. That's going to hurt a little bit. David, nice like little bush bait there, kind of making him think he was looking for the back, but in reality he's just sticking around in lane. And I'm not sure if this is a 2v1 they win. They have to be very careful here. Nice flash to avoid the swirl speed. Lockup will come through. Flash for flash so far for top laners in the top lane. For VP's Maiden still just doing work here. DX has no mana. X-Ray's got no mana. He might actually want to try and take this fight. They're just going to need this might on through with all this damage. Look at that Maiden. Look at the damage. Just if you hack and Addy OD have arrived. Here comes the fish. The shark will not connect, but it might just not matter. X-Ray has no flash. They can't find any damage. Inferno Bomb going to come on through. Addy OD forced out towards the top side. We'll get bopped back on in, but no more damage to be had. And that will just be the full disengage from both teams.
That's unfortunate. Just a little too early on the Fizz ult.
Goblins here?
Huh?
I mean, Herald spawned. No. Maybe this is the reason, but they're going to find the initial engage on the Gix. So much damage comes through, instantly bopped. DV for VP now on the run. Spray and Pray has come out. Ghost has come out. Goblin is looking for more. They don't have any more disengage ultimates to try and throw out, but Goblin doesn't want to chase him too much further than that jungle without much support, so we'll pick up the kill and just run back to bot lane.
And I mean, that's usually what you see from a support. That's the big brain Rob stuff right there. Stuff you rarely see from an ADC. That's just coming out at 9-minute mark to make a play at Rift. That's
the good old Twitch special. So Goblin able to just sprint around the map, and I mean they've continually managed to shove in against this misfortune. So it's allowing them to free up the Twitch and make plays like that around the map. Get the shove here in mid against the Ziggs, but obviously won't be long for this world, and I like happy to teleport back into lane, spam abilities on that wave, and then maybe even force Addy OD in lane, just stay in lane here, as if that wave crashes at a tower, Ziggs has taken so many plates so quickly.
Yeah, that's the danger. It looks like Ziggs
Ooh.
is just checking the rift, but it's too late.
Rift will go on over. Didn't get the indicator for it, interesting, but ZWD definitely did pick up that Rift, and now X-Ray trapped in the arena here. Managed to find the knockup. That's a nice little trick there. Doesn't actually destroy the terrain, but will still find the knockup on the DP. All
That
is new.
interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it's
Wall
auto
is
attacks
a wall.
only,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's still terrain. It doesn't get destroyed.
Right. Baron is worm. Wall is terrain.
Wall
I
is
get it.
terrain. Still pushing, still managing to not pick up any plates, and they have this Herald now. I'm kind of curious if they want to try and really commit to the split pushing Yorick, or if it'll be the Herald into the bot lane to try and equalize this bottom lane, as Gix looking towards this dive potentially. Gonna find anything they like to look for though, and maybe roaming deep around, trying to find some vision. ZWD is on the way, and this is a flashless Gix, so potential engage here. Sitting on the plant, gonna go over the wall. ZWD sitting on a pink ward. Oh, they're gonna go for the drowsy? I guess, yeah. Forced to flash, able to get out of that one. But definitely a rough play there. Losing the flash on the Fizz. Be harder to chase on a Nihilak now.
I guess they didn't know where Twitch was.
Yeah.
Because just, looking at it from right away, I'm like, he didn't really need to flash, but he felt that Lily ult was coming.
Oh, yeah.
And with that is normally teammates. So.
Oh, Fizz is actually chasing the Ziggs here on the side. Not a place you want to be if you're the Ziggs, and ZWD collapsing as well. He's just going to cut the camera here and go over to Nihilak, who barely is surviving here. Sliver of HP, forced to flash over the wall, and Ignite for flash against Nihilak. He's definitely going to feel a little bit good.
So, yeah, the directed camera is just as invested in top lane as I am, I guess.
It's invested in top lane as the devs are this game. I mean, you're running the Yorick. You're all in on this, man.
Yep. And I mean, it looked like, I don't know who's calling it. I don't know what's going on. But they realize, you know what? We don't have to kill Yorick. Let's kill this freaking Maiden and stop this push.
I actually forgot that Maiden heals up in Fountain. I didn't.
Yes.
It's disgusting.
So,
so able to come back to lane with the teleport, full health Maiden that Ornn now has to work through once again. Captain in the arena, DB for VP is happy to take every single trade here. Bean Procs coming on through, Grass Procs coming on through. Not gonna get the solo kill. I don't think it's possible right now, but will just force X-Ray so incredibly low.
Permazone, yeah.
We're watching this Royal Seed up here, and meanwhile in mid lane, they're pressuring here as well. Everything going in Dev's favor right now. The ult will come on through. Gix looking for the kill on the DV here. Will end the slow with the smite, dodging out away perfectly from that, and finally going to come on through. Maiden looking to try and slow down Ornn, but not going to find the kill. So no flashes burned from Gix or X-Ray, but they're happy to get some form of rebuttal here in the top lane. Some relief finally for this poor Ornn, who's now going to get slowed up. But again, no connecting ult here in the top lane means that Addy and Joseph Hack cannot chase.
Ouch. Fizz still has his ult. I know he's, every time it comes up, he's going to want to use it. But unfortunately, nothing really he can do right now.
Good news is they managed to get 2 plates, or the turret down to 2 plates in mid. They could pick up a second Herald here in a little bit, look to try and shove down one more of the turrets. But I think, honestly, X-Ray's doing a great job right now against this Yorick. I know he's gotten a lot of help from jungle, but this turret, I think, it could look a whole lot worse for wear. And as of right now, it doesn't look. I think he's only taken 1 plate.
And really, I think that's a shout out to, again, GYX, just looking at the map, seeing who needs the help the most, and being there when there's a opportunity.
That's just mean. The Drift is backing, and you're just ulting Misfortune for fun. Come on, man. I mean, like, Burke, he's afraid to step up because if Goblin is in stealth there and walking up, I mean, 2 autos, drop the expunge, I think you die.
And he has Flash and Ghost up, so good luck.
Even
know Lulu has ult,
VP opting for the Sheen here. I would, or sorry, not the Sheen, the Tear of the Goddess, which I would have to imagine is going to build into a Muramana. I don't think Yorick really can go anything else.
No, he's not gonna go Fimbulwinter.
Yeah, definitely looking to just be that solo carry in the top lane, and it was crazy. He almost managed to turn in that last fight. So I'd imagine this will be a Hull Breaker third after Muramana, because having this tier makes you kind of want to build that. AOD in lane tagged up by the Lilia, not gonna get slept though. Burn that ability as Goblin in the bot lane, dodging out away from the attempted engage here from Red Ranger. Might look for to open up though. Gonna drop the Spray and Pray, now getting exhausted by Venom. Stun goes wide though. Goblin looking at the 2 versus 1 scenario here. Venom gonna go into the ult, and now Red Ranger is left alone. Teleport coming in here as well. It's doom and gloom in the bottom lane. Goblin popping off 1 versus 2 to find both laners entirely solo in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Ziggs is there just to destroy this turret faster and potentially, let's see what Rob is thinking here. Okay, it looks like they just want to.
They look to try and cross map this one. So ZWD and lane gonna open up here onto X-Ray. Doesn't have the ult, but the Bolo will come out once again. 3 missed ults from ZWD in the top lane. That one rightfully dodged away by the flash from X-Ray, so they're getting something up here in top lane at least. And they will as well lock down that turret. And now it's mostly an even trade, but with the dragon going on over, ZWD certainly finding more advantages here.
And 2 Drakes down, and I hate the enemy team getting a single mountain. It feels like they bought a cloth armor and a freaking null mantle, you know, just from killing that one freaking Drake.
EV now here and still looking to make some pushes happen. Hacks clearing out the Krugs and the Raptor camp as Nilek. Gonna check up here for some vision. He'll be forced to drop that satchel charge just to get away.
Yeah, and in all reality, with the Maiden here, it looks like they're disengaging.
They really like to take this Herald. Massive for their current game plan, but Hollow's Eve has arrived. Goblin can be anywhere right now. Is moving up for the potential 5 versus 5. Fortune ult not currently online. Zillion ult coming up here in just a second. No Sejuani ult available versus all 5 ultimates online for ZWD.
Yeah, and that bot lane fight is really going to hurt the devs. Rob is now super fed.
If you're looking for something here, it'll be a 2-man sleep. Gix flashing on in. Red Ranger might just go down here. Zillion ult will come through to keep him alive for just a little bit longer, and he's able to speed on out of there, burning Lulu ult and sleep in the process to get those cooldowns out from the devs.
Yeah, but pretty much guaranteeing the Rift, which is not what you want to see on the side of the devs.
Back. Oh no, he just burned Q, and that's going to be the collapse immediately. Goblin coming on through here. Lots of damage coming through. Polymorph as well. Forced maybe to flash over this wall, but will it be enough to get away? Ziggs ultimate and the Twitch ultimate going to be enough to take him down.
Yeah, he was dead twice over. That's pretty brutal. We see the switch. DV's now at bot lane, but ZWD is definitely getting plenty out of that.
Yeah.
A kill and the Rift now.
And Sejuani flash as well. They did burn quite a few ultimates, so maybe there's a chance they can try and take a fight here in the mid lane. And actually forcing out the flash from Hollow's Eve. ZWD in lane, looking to continue this chase here in this topside jungle. As directed cam trolls me once again. Yorick really invested in this Yorick hitting this turret in the bottom lane. Lane siege here. Could try and just burn this one down, but there's too much wave clear from the Ziggs. Not really an option for him. Liga getting plenty of value here. Gix feeling the effects. How powerful that sleep can be. We'll recall with the Maiden, heal that thing back up to full, and I'm sure just go straight back to bot lane and continue trying to siege into these turrets.
And I mean, he's making progress. He's not really able to be stopped by X-Ray. He has a healthy CS lead. He's got Mallet now, so
Hullbreaker second.
Yep.
Hitting very hard to the style, and it's worked for him in 2 games so far, but this is the first game with this style that they've played so far where they're running at a definite deficit. Lost the Herald, they're down 2 dragons. They really need to make plays here in the next 5 minutes to ensure that they don't fall too far behind, and that the devs don't just simply run over the rest of this game with this Twitch Lulu.
Yeah, because even though Ornn's not able to stop him, he's able to slow him down pretty significantly.
Oh, it's just Effie hacking in his Gromp stolen away. Goblin able to chase over that wall though.
But that's okay. I mean, he's just slowly starving the enemy.
Oh, maybe I've gone a little bit too far. ZWD in lane now in a whole lot of trouble. Herald does come out. There is 4 members here in this top lane. David knows that he can try and take this turret on the opposite side of the map, but ZWD in this lane is surely not long for this world. Forced to E so incredibly early. The tower dive does come on through. Gix picking that one, or sorry, Nilek picking that one up. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, EV gonna get this turret surely with this next Q.
Kind of sad, you know, getting stuck on the tower. Not fun. But look at DV.
Looking to try and take this 1v1 now. Waylon away on X-Ray as minions do come on through. Maiden just constantly keeping that beam on top of X-Ray as well. So annoying to deal with as DV for VP. Now looking at this inner turret. There's 4 members collapsing here though. I think he might just be trying to suicide for this one as there is actually recalls coming out, so he might be able to survive this. Not going punished as an inner tower is taken by the Yorick.
They're respecting David.
I'm not sure this chase is what you want. Lulu has arrived. X-Ray is here and gonna drop the Ornn ultimate. Now he's gonna try and turn this one around. Looking for Hollow's Eve actually. That's a whole lot of damage coming out from the Maiden. Might just trying to turn down that X-Ray now, but it's not enough damage. Goblin is here. Ornn taking the kill, but Hullbreaker is unlocked. Yorick is gonna be massive now in the split push.
You know, in the previous 2 games, he was not doing the solo queue push, but that was you know, we're like, he might get collapsed on when he tries to take the second tower. He got the tower, and then he just said to the Nexus. Yeah, interesting.
It's a bit of a roller coaster from my brain because it was like, oh, they're actually backing, so he's fine. Right. He can just leave, and then he didn't leave. Heavy Hack throwing out the Bola for vision.
A little early. Yeah, I guess.
Not gonna have that one for the fight. Goblin now creeping up a little bit here, maybe looking for something. But I think this is just Soul Point gonna be forced to give it on over, as not much else they can really do here to try and contest this one. Smite does go wide, but secured by the Lulu. Hollow's Eve picking that one up at 19 HP.
Yeah, it's kind of, because I don't know. David was already bottom, so it's whatever. But knowing that Drake's coming up, you might want, you just want to switch over lanes. But it is what it is. He was still able to get that second tower, which is really good now for the setup for Baron. So.
Because it's being so hard and so tough to try and leave X-Ray alone here in the top lane. The other thing that the devs need to do is get shove in mid so that they can't just walk straight through. They also have to respond to this wave. But it's going to be really hard. They're playing into a Ziggs. They're kind of a little bit behind here. And like, if they walk too far forward, it's going to be Goblin sprinting at them with Twitch.
Right.
Also, Bork versus a buy on a champion like Twitch is disgusting. Because if he gets those first 3 autos off, then you're slowed. And you may as well have the Rally Lives at that point because you're just going to get gunned down.
Right.
Hovering towards Baron. Hollow's Eve once again got another sneaky ward here. Did not get cleared out by the devs. As posted up kind of in that banana bush right underneath Baron. Hollow's Eve on point with the ward placements once again. Clearing out vision here. Baron as well. Taking control of this mid wave once again. Goblin looking for Red Ranger here. Going to open up with the spray and play. Forced to flash instantly. Goblin getting the respect they deserve here on the Twitch is a few more autos, a little bit of an expunge, and that's a dead misfortune there in the lane.
Yeah, I don't... I guess Zillion was just a little too far away, so he was definitely concerned that expunge was going to take him to gray screen.
Ziggs currently showing in top lane. There is a Lilia pathing down towards DV for VP. We have a bit of a 2 versus 1 here. Get hit, tagged up by Lilia. Can he chase onto this one? I'm just not sure if it's possible. Lilia just so mobile. I'm getting tagged by the Maiden. Can David find the 2v1? Will be Goblin finding a 2 versus 1 of their own in the bot side jungle here. Picks off Red Ranger. DV for VP now on the run. Manages to find the slow onto Gix and able to find their own escape. But Red Ranger getting picked off there. Gonna slow down the tempo here for the devs.
Yep, and that's just ZWD taking advantage of getting that flash out. And I didn't think it was going to come that early, but I did feel that they were going to try to probably make a play on Ranger sooner than later before that flash came back up.
Yeah. Goblin doing what Goblin does here. 700 gold shutdown available on the Twitch. 5, 0, and 2. And a Lulu to back it all up.
Devs are definitely in a corner. You got Soul Point on the enemy team. You're 2-9. They're probably not feeling great. They still definitely have win cons. They can turn this around, and also, I mean, every single 5 minutes, David is at a tower. So.
Yeah. Sending the Yorick now up into the top lane, still have a minute and a half on this next dragon, so I imagine they're going to try and look for the TP. I don't think you can just let this one go for free. But it's going to be really hard. I mean, again, Red Ranger won't have flash for this fight. Goblin maintaining that one, and it's every summoner and every ultimate available on the opposite side of the team. Look across the aisle. Have the gold lead, they have the dragon lead. Managing these waves, I think, much more effectively than the devs. Devs really need to find a pick somewhere.
It would definitely alleviate the pressure that, I mean, David's not really feeling it, but
yeah.
Now they're just having to send Lilia, and he's struggling to, oh, here we go.
Bring up the Baron potentially. Now they're looking at David, maybe just grabbing the move speed with the Lilia procs. Gix is here. They'll look for some damage on a DV for VP. Not able to block this roll sweep with the minions. Also not going to get slept here just yet, as it's 4 men into the top lane. Here for VP, not long for the world. Goblin going to find not the kill. It's actually going over to Gix. Once again, Goblin's kill snubbed by his own team. There's now pings on the Baron. Dragon here in 28 seconds. There's really nothing for the devs to play for.
Yeah, and Rob's always... Usually he's really good at just paying attention immediately when he saw that Addy was bot lane. And then he's going, okay, now we can definitely make this... this play on David.
ZWD taking this game very slow. 1 pick at a time on the pitch. Move him around the map. He's going to find some kills. ZWD in lane. Maybe get a little antsy here. Looking for something a little bit too aggressively towards that Ornn. Misfortune caught out again, though. Gix, look for the damage here. We'll find the slow with Lulu. Ornn, Call the Forge God will come through. Gix tagged up here. Going to get so incredibly bursted down with the Fizz ultimate. Drowsy now coming through. Going to go golden here on this side. It's a Misfortune ult over the wall. It does not find any damage, though. Joseph Hack trying to find the kill onto Gix. Cannot finish him off on their own, though. Forced out now. Double bomb not going to connect either. Venom ZXP not able to find the damage. No one can find the damage. They all escape with their lives. Ocean Soul certainly going to be given over here to ZWD.
And really that stuck. These previous Drakes that ZWD's gotten are actually having a pretty big impact in these team fights, and just giving all of ZWD just a healthier fight, and it's showing. And now it's going to be really difficult to try to slow or prevent ZWD from making a Baron play shortly.
Yeah. See what they can do here. I mean, the problem is if they don't have vision, Twitch is going stealth and just going to pop up on someone. So much damage in the kit now. 3-item Twitch has a stopwatch as well. Mid lane also with a stopwatch. So even if this Fizzle connects on anyone, it'll be Lulu. It'll be stopwatch. There's defensive options online and available now for ZWD to quickly deal with this assassin. I think just once again, the eyes are going to be on Yorick. Can you convince ZWD make the misplay? Can you convince them into a lane where they're just too far away from their own base? You can find even more advantages with this Yorick. Might be the Miracle Baron play here, though. They're going to start this one up. Hollow Zeev not actually moving up to get too much vision, so they're moving down to collapse on Yorick. This is what they need to do. They're finding objective bounties. They're finding objectives. See what they can get at least one objective off the map here. Deeper for VP. Gonna go down here, I think, to Nilak and Squad. Finally popping the stopwatch. He'll take a minion instead. Push up this wave just a little bit more, and finally we'll go down. But on the opposite side of the map, there's the Baron being taken.
That is interesting. I don't know what's going on there. There wasn't a check for Baron, and then there was nobody on the map really, so just don't know what the thought process was for ZWD. Maybe they just thought, you know what, we don't need Baron. Let's just kill this freaking Yorick that is chomping towers.
I think they're just trying to keep him down. I mean, kind of have to in this game. He really is the win condition of this team at this point. Yorick has to absolutely pop off, and means that this turret, even with the Baron on them, they cannot defend this one. Hollow's Eve Might be taken down by AudioD in lane here. The solo kill trying to come out. Goblin just chasing forward, trying to get some kind of rebuttal. 2 tower shots taken on Goblin, but not going to find any more damage as AudioD in lane was actually forced off of the Lulu there in the jungle. No kills to be had. Might just need the Misfortunal to disengage this wave and just clear out the minions. Will they drop it? Holding onto it for now. They're calling the bluff of ZWD, and they're not going to push this turret anymore.
Yorick does have TP, but so does Ornn.
Oh, looking for top the backs. Hollow's Eve stunned up. Red Ranger might be able to get something back here. Some gold in the pocket of the AD. Finally getting 1 kill. It's been a long time coming for the devs, and they finally get one back on the board.
I mean, ZWD's not really losing anything directly from that, but I mean, more money to the ADC, yay, for the devs, so they will take it.
That part, at least, has got to feel good. So, back to mid lane, they have the Baron. Might be trying to look to make some kind of 4v5 push here as AudioD in lane gets that last bit of EXP. That's a nice swirl sleep. That'd be a great sleep. Goblin gets tagged up in stealth by that shark. Goes golden very early on and is actually forced out. So, a nice prediction maybe from AudioD in lane. I'm not sure if he knew he was there, but it's a great way to stop the play from happening. The swirl seed used for, or the lullaby from Lilia used for nothing there as they are unable to find any picks.
Yep, and that's also the stopwatch gone.
Uh-oh. There's David, though. Already burned the terrain, so has no way to get away from the Twitch, really. Actually forced to burn quite a bit on this Maiden, so they managed to kill that thing off, finally. But don't worry, Yorick has another coming soon. But look to now stop them back timers, just to mess with the dudes.
I like it.
Sephi Hack on this side, looking to take down a ward, as there's actually a Fizz pushing in this bottom lane. So they're taking turrets. I mean, the devs are making plays despite the attempted first moves here from ZWD.
This is crazy, honestly, that they're even able to have this kind of momentum to me in the lane, but it's just again showing that Yorick pressure in one lane, and then they're just so focused on trying to manage that.
Yeah,
and I think that's why actually Rob stopped chasing him, because they realized that hey, mid lane's getting shoved, bot lane's getting shoved.
Yeah. That's how you have to play this game. The one thing about playing a composition like this is that when you fall behind, it's the best kind of composition you could possibly, because you don't have to play for objectives. You can just give them up. You don't have to 5v5. You can try and split up the enemy team. This is the style of composition you want to play when you're behind, because if it was a straight up 5v5, obviously at this point they'd lose.
Right.
Still staring down an Ocean Soul. You have a little bit of anti-healing online. It's the Thornmail from Giuseppe Hack. There is that Oblivion Orb from Venom's EXP. So got on the right people. But man, fights are still going to be so incredibly hard for them to win. Sent DV for VP back into the top lane here. They'll look to try and siege down yet another Inner, taking the last one off the map here if he can pull it off. But there is an Elder Dragon on the table. This is certainly not something they want to give up without a fight.
It's really coming down to this, and I can't remember which game it was, but it felt like Elder was really that nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah,
might have been the first game, so it happened again.
Ranger here opting for the Bloodthirster, actually. You just like farming up in side waves will give you enough of a shield that you can actually survive against the Twitch. But now you're seeing X-Ray. So many tank items here. He's got Frozen Heart. He's got Sunfire. It's so hard for David to actually take this guy down. And Maiden hitting X-Ray is just aggroing turret constantly on a DV for VP. So it goes a little bit low, but look at the sustain from that Divine Sunderer. Now X-Ray is going to be forced to flash out. This turret's getting lower and lower. Meanwhile, upside the map, there is an Elder Dragon dance happening right now. We're going very low. Turret does fall in the top lane, but can they steal this one away? AudioD in the lane in a nice flanking position. Will have launched out the Fizz ultimate, not going to find anything. Both ults miss entirely. Can they steal this one away, though? It's stolen! Elder Dragon is stolen by Giuseppe Hack! They have to get out here. They have to survive. GYX on the upside of the fight is just finding kills. Venom is on the run here. Now, AudioD in lane also doing the same here, but Diva for VP15 has found an inhibitor tower in the top lane. Forced X-Ray all the way back, and Elder Dragon critically smited away by Giuseppe Hack.
What a great steal. Oh man, and even with missing both of those huge ults, it allowed basically to kind of give them some breathing room, because they had to back up.
DV can TP.
They needed to give it respect.
If they can stop these backs, David can teleport to this turret. He's going to get incredibly close here. There is potential for David to try and find this teleport. Not gonna risk it for the biscuit though. Not willing to be too risky. One tower did end up going down there, so this back door is so incredibly open now for DV for VP. But he has to be careful. Goblin dashing on forward, gonna force the flash out of David. They do still have Elder Dragon on some members. Davey and Venom, the two Vs of this team, have the option to try and smite someone down with that 20% execute.
Yeah, and I do feel like he is playing. He's playing smart. He didn't just.
Goblin gonna open up again. Here comes the spray and pray. David cannot certainly survive through this one. Enough damage does come through. They finally kill off Yorick, and now they can pressure this bottom lane. Devs are pinging towards Baron. They might be able to call the bluff here and just try and burst this one down. But yeah, with 3 members in this bottom lane, one of them being Goblin, one of them being Annihilate, they can just force this one down. Where's the turrets here?
David thought that they were just going to start resetting to potentially take care of their base or, you know, start setting up for Baron, so he just didn't expect Twitch to stay.
Always the move. I mean, you can't take greedy recalls, and you can't push aggressively until you see that Twitch again on the map. It just makes it so hard to play at this point in the game, because Twitch has so many items, plus the Ornn item, scaling incredibly hard into this game. No one can duel this guy.
Yeah, and I understand why he stayed, because even his team was probably like, dude, we can't we can't protect this bot and the Nexus with you just TPing out there.
Super minions now in the bottom lane though. Baron on the map as well. They have a whole lot of pushing to do before they can pressure anything. ZWD gonna recognize this and go straight to this Baron. But it out on vision though, so they will know that this is happening. But Goblin thinking they can just start this one right up. Dashing on into Hollow's Eve. ZWD in lane looking for a solo kill on the support. Gonna burn actually 2 ultimates to try and stop this man. That's not a bad trade. Baron going down very low here though. I'm not sure if they want to try and contest this one anymore. Beats taken away, sniped on down there. Lilia, GYX finding the kill there. They're up and Ghost.
Looking to close. Rob is looking to.
Don't walk up. Don't walk up. This could be it. Red Ranger gonna get not Zillion ulted. It didn't come through in time. Gonna be able to find that kill. There are supers in the top lane that they might need to respond to. There is a Yorick in the bottom lane that they're definitely gonna have to respond to. So despite all of this, they are kind of being forced back just a little bit, but their wave clear is currently dead. Baron recalls will be on the table and force the entire team of ZWD back into their base.
Oh man, this is just it. I mean, really, David is just looking for that opportunity to end the game, and I feel for him because now that bot's wide open, it's gonna be difficult. Like the game is so late now, and we're looking at a 10-0 for Twitch. He can just take that freaking. He can take both those towers and the Nexus, and he can end. So, and I mean they're so behind in not really too much in gold, honestly, for being 418. But they're really behind in kills. They're behind in all the objectives at this point. Thank goodness they got that Elder, or this game would have been over already. So
you told me this wouldn't happen. That's a Thimble Winter on Yorick.
Okay, so I specifically said he could not go Thimble Winter on Yorick. I have been. You want to check his name again?
You've been tricked.
I mean, I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, because man, he's been doing work, so he can build whatever he wants.
This is an optimal situation now for ZWD. They're managing to kill off the Maiden as well. This is just a Yorick standing all by himself. He's got no Maidens. We can do here without the extra help, as they're just sieging down the base here. Ziggs taking a mid lane turret by themselves. DV for VP trying to clear out the minions, but I mean these are baroned up. It's going to be a long time before you can get even your own minions on the table to help you do a little bit more damage. Nice real Zed poke coming out from GYX as well. Almost full build here on the Lily. It does have the tenacity potion as well to help sustain through some of the attempted CC that can come out here. Ziggs sieging this mid lane inhibitor. It might just be all 3 inhibitors going down here. I'm just not sure how the devs can respond. Being forced back all the way into their base. Super minions streaming in here in just a little bit of time from the bottom lane as well. It's going to be the Baron buff. Nice ultimate here from ZWD in lane. Will pop the Zonias from Gix. X-Ray going to respond with an ult in kind. Gonna dodged out from ZWD in lane. Red Ranger now here cutting back into the base. Giuseppe Hack looking for Goblin. ZWD in lane. Dashes forward with Zonias. They need to get some CC onto the Ziggs right now. Goblin goes all the way back, kiting out, but it's not enough. 1,000 gold shutdown does come through. Davey for VP now can free hit. There's nothing else that can kill this man, but there's Nihilak on the backside trying to force the Nexus down. Red Ranger trying to get back in time. Nihilak hitting the Nexus. It's so quick. The bombs come through, and in the end, ZWD pulls off the back door with Ziggs.
Wow. All my channel points gone. I had no idea what was going to happen clearly after draft. That great job, both teams. You know, there's still a way for the devs to actually make it to finals in the losers bracket. So good luck to them. And wow, what a great series. Both teams have got to be exhausted.
Yeah, they took it all the way to game 5. Bangers all the way through, and even this game, despite it being 5-20 on the kill score, had me on the edge of my seat my entire time. The devs taken ZWD to their limits, but in the end, despite the almost reverse sweep, ZWD solves the puzzle in the end and manages to pull out the win.
Yeah, well played to ZWD for finally closing it out and not making those 2 victories in the beginning, you know, for nothing. So great job, guys.
Well, that is all we got here on the cast. We will see ZWD in the future in the winners semifinals, and the devs are going to have to fight their way through the lower bracket, but they're looking like a powerful contender. They showed a lot today. Can do what it takes in order to close out these games. So once again, this was Soulpan on the desk, joined of course by my hot daddy. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you for watching La Liga, and best of luck in the playoffs.